I'm not sure.
Because it sounded like in the packet, the people pay for it. We have to administrate it, I guess. Yeah. It's like, this one where the people are here.
Hi, Ken.
This one
Good morning.
is like 15.
Not bad. Got some sun this weekend.
Yeah, that was cold. Oh, good. That must have been out in your car.
Nice to meet you, sir. How you doing today?
Yeah. You been on your horse, you said? Oh, did you win? You got that for me?
We're going to use that.
Carter, he said that's a really good pass.
It's up to 3 now. I think.
John said.
It's there for you when you,
For sure.
oh yeah.
Okay, tell me your name one more time.
James.
Okay.
When you move into a rural area.
What's the last name?
Jetton. Jetton.
Okay. Did you have a chance to talk to him about what we talked about? Yeah. Okay. I think we have to try to.
It's just on private property, it's not across right.
The answer's always no, but you ask, and sometimes it's a long yes, just because there's the prioritization for the whole
It's
area.
one thing if they're having events, then they should get them.
Because there's, well, what you're talking about today is
Rebelling winds would take it off, right?
federal.
Take one off the dust.
Community
From the
impact.
south wouldn't come to them,
I would.
right?
And have him talk through it.
It's cold.
We ready to go, John?
We're close. I understand the board wants to know how to ask, what the best route is. Gary's first
I saw one of the black trucks. Did you see one of the black trucks?
Yeah.
They are beautiful.
No, they look nice.
But I get it.
As long as they can sell them
Yeah,
for,
yeah, they sell 'em.
get as much money as, I don't care.
I thought, well, they'll look just like the Cedar City PDs. Oh, ours is way better looking than the Cedar City PDs.
Speak to that issue, or I kind of happening out there because when I talked to what's his name, Spillman. Yes.
Got your prayer and stuff?
Oh crap, I forgot.
I'll do the pledge.
Okay, go ahead.
Right. Good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to our Iron County Commission meeting this Monday, the 10th day of April, 2023, and beautiful day out there. I think the winter may be finally over. So, and we will begin this morning with a prayer by Sam Woodall and a pledge led by Commissioner Wood.
Our kind Father in heaven, we thank Thee for this beautiful day, grateful for the moisture we received and for answers to prayers, for being able to bless this land we live in. We're grateful for the freedoms we enjoy. Pray that Thou would continue to guide us with Thy Spirit and that we might have a decorum to appropriately address the issues that are before us. We're grateful for our local leaders and all that they do to strive to improve our county. And we pray that these freedoms we can enjoy may continue, that we will be good citizens and attend to our civic duties. This we pray in Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and has everybody had a chance to look at the March 27th minutes?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
I would move to approve the minutes for 3/27/2023.
So I was absent,
Oh.
so I'm going to abstain.
Oh, you are.
Okay,
Oh, you.
I was absent
Yep,
from that
that's
meeting.
right.
So.
That's right.
that's right. Okay, so I'll second that. It's been moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, with Commissioner Blake abstaining as he was out of town. And then we need to approve the claims for payment from March 27th through 2023 to April 9th, 2023.
I would move for approval of the claims for payment for March 27, 2023 to April 9th, 2023.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. We will go ahead and go to our departmental reports. And we'll start with has our engineer showed up
He's
yet?
not here yet.
He's on his way, I
I
think.
guess
So
we'll
go ahead, Sheriff. We'll go ahead and go with your report first.
Good morning.
Oh,
morning.
See if John can pull this up for me.
Which file do you want?
It's the one that says Commission Rotary.
I've got. Okay. It's not Rotary there. That's funny. I just dismissed that one.
Go ahead and go to the next one. You have a clicker that you want me to do, or do you just want to do it, John?
I'll just do it.
Okay. A lot of this is similar to what we've talked about in the past, so I'm going to kind of breeze over some of it to get to some of the other stuff that I've added to the end here. We're still working on our mental health unit. It's still been quite active. We look forward to getting our numbers back up to full strength where we can get somebody and put them in charge of that mental health unit and continue to run it the way that it should be. But it is successful, and it's been able to reach out to a lot of people. So we're grateful for the deputies and the officers that are supporting that and helping that go forward. The Metro SWAT team has been extremely busy. I'm going to go ahead and talk about that a little bit more, so I'll skip over that for now. The Drug Task Force has been extremely active as well. We had a report by HIDA the other day, which has told us that there's a new type of fentanyl that's hitting the street called red fentanyl, basically because it's dyed red. So now what we're seeing is the regular white fentanyl, the rainbow colored fentanyl, and now red fentanyl. One of the things that we've also been told about and we've already seen in our area is that fentanyl, the cartels are starting to add xylazine into fentanyl. I don't know if you're familiar with xylazine. Xylazine is an animal tranquilizer, and it's not an opioid base. So what it does is when we've had overdoses with fentanyl, we've been able to give somebody a shot of Narcan and bring them back because it blocks the opioid. With the xylazine, that doesn't work. And so our concern is that we're going to start seeing a lot of overdose deaths. We're going to see a spike in overdose deaths. I just barely heard here just the other day that some of the folks that are distributing are actually telling their users that the drugs have xylazine in them, and to be extremely careful because they could die of an overdose. So, that's not a good thing. But we're seeing that more and more. One of the other things that the HIDA told us was that the cartels have managed to smuggle a pill press into the United States and are manufacturing pills that are xylazine and fentanyl based. So that's a concern to us as well. Still very busy, very active. The Drug Task Force has made a lot of arrests here lately. The Highway Patrol's been very active in their pipeline interceptions, and I would say that Iron County's Highway Patrol's probably got more pipeline interdictions than any place in the state. So they've been very active. I just put down a reminder of legislation's Senate Bill 179, which is the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council requirement. And Chad Dotson reached out here about a week ago and has scheduled our first meeting to meet, so that's coming up shortly. But just something that the commission wants to be aware of as the commission is responsible for that committee. Some of our current law enforcement issues so far this year to date. We've had 5 aggravated assaults. We've had an additional 3 aggravated assaults on law enforcement. We've had 81 agency assists, and I just want to point out in the first half of last year we had 122. So in the first 3 months we've had 81 as compared to 122 the first half of last year. So you can see that the Sheriff's Office has been very, very busy, including agency assists.
Sheriff, what would you attribute that to?
I'll tell you honestly, my opinion is with the hate, homicide, suicide, I think that it's kind of like a suicide. If you have a successful suicide, then you can expect that you're going to have probably another 10 attempted suicides or suicides. And I just really have to ask myself if that homicide, suicide really kind of pushed people that were sitting on the edge overboard. And I'll talk more to that here in a little bit as well. We've had 11 child abuse or neglect reports, 61 felony offenses. We've had 10 canine call-outs, 2 additional ones in the jail where we've recovered 3 bundles of fentanyl and 20 grams of heroin out of our jail. And I'm not sure if I've talked to the commission about this before or not, but one of the things that we've been hearing is that some of these people that feel that they're imminent to be arrested have been trying to smuggle drugs into rural county jails because they don't believe that we have the capability of interdicting it. So one of the things that we've done is we had some the grant money from Congressman Stewart's office that we applied for. One of the things that we applied for is a body scanner to help us detect that. In this particular case, we've been using one of our canines in the jail, and we've had success with it. Like I say, we've recovered 3 bundles of fentanyl and 20 grams of heroin. That's a pretty good success. We'd rather it not be in our jail at all. 209 misdemeanor offenses and 332 other offenses. And we've had 3 search and rescues so far, 11 other sex crimes, 12 welfare checks, 81 drug cases, 12 DUIs. So right now, just in reports, we've done 1,603 reports. It's not calls for service, it's actual reports. On our current strength, we're just about up to strength. We're in the process of hiring our last two. One of them that we're looking at is a deputy from Lincoln County that we helped train their canine, and the sheriff over there retired, and so they've got a new sheriff, and our understanding is that he doesn't support the canine program. So we're looking at hiring his canine deputy and offering to purchase their drug dog and bring it over here, because we know the dog. We helped them choose the dog. We helped train the dog. We're very familiar with them as a team, and feel that that would be, you know, a strong asset for the sheriff's office and would replace our second dog. We've got, we just hired Creed Carter to be a detective from Garfield County. He's on his active military duty time right now. Since he gets back, he'll be moving into the detective's office, which will bring the detectives up to 3 detectives. We've also got Skylar Barrett and Scott Smith that are finishing up FTO. Just graduated from Post not long ago, and been a good addition. And we've got Mark Zakarian, who is a retired officer out of Idaho. He was retired long enough that he had to go back through Post again.
Oh.
But so he's up at Post right now, but he's got years of experience as a detective. And once we get him back, we're going to put him in the detective division as well, which will bring us up to 4 detectives. That'll be very significant for us, because, you know, with everything that we've had going on, our detectives have been drowning. And I talked to Tom Bird last Friday, and he says that right now they're back up to just treading water. So, so that'll be very helpful. Under some of our future ops, you know, we've talked about the number of our housing projects, subdivisions and whatnot. The county is really growing, and, you know, trying to keep pace with that is difficult. You know, we're getting a lot more calls for service and a lot more serious calls. So that's something that we need to be aware of and be looking forward to in the future. On our vehicles, we've really struggled with vehicles, with the ability of the supply chain, and we're finally starting to get some vehicles in, and so hopefully that's going to start to even out, and we'll be able to continue forward. So let me just talk about what we've been up to the last 3 months. The last 3 months has been probably the busiest time that I've ever seen in law enforcement, in my 40 years in law enforcement. Started off with the homicide-suicide in Enoch, where we assisted Enoch PD in their investigation of that. Shortly after that, we had an attempted suicide on Green Lakes Road, and I just want to talk a minute about that. I don't want to give too much detail, but I think this is important for parents and grandparents. This young man found a girl online that he thought that he cared for, and she began asking for sexually explicit pictures. He sent some, and then she immediately began blackmailing. And he got to the point that he couldn't live with it anymore because of the threats that were made, and he decided to commit suicide. It was a very bloody suicide attempt, and after he initiated it, he decided maybe that wasn't a good idea and called for help. When my deputies got there, they thought he was dead. There was no movement. There was so much blood about that they thought they'd already lost him. Between the deputies and EMS, they managed to stem the bleeding and get him to the hospital, and he's recovering and is back home, going through counseling and whatnot. But this is a common thing. You know, we're seeing a lot of this type of things happening on social media. Parents need to be aware of the social media applications that their children have on their personal devices. They need to be going through them and looking at them. There are certain ones that they just have no need for at all, that are predatory in nature. And, parents need to be involved in their children's lives and know what's going on their social media accounts. Because we're seeing this quite a lot where kids end up sending sexually explicit pictures and then start getting blackmailed for it, and they don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle it. And so, that's something that can easily be avoided if we're involved in our children's lives and are aware of what's going on. You're aware of the officer-involved shooting that we had out by Three Peaks. It was a female that was intoxicated and suicidal and wanted to commit a suicide by cop. She allegedly pointed a weapon at a 19-year-old male that was the family of the property owner, and he called law enforcement. The deputies got there. She was waving a pistol around, flagging the deputies and the officers with the pistol. They continued to try to talk to her, continued to try to get her to put the gun down, pled with her to do so for quite a long time. At one point, she allegedly rolled the window down and fired 2 rounds at the deputies, at which time the fire was returned. She was hit multiple times. And then immediately after that, our deputies and officers went to her rescue and saved her life. And she's currently in our jail. Shortly after that, we had 2 drive-by shootings on the same house. The shootings were about 2 weeks apart. It was, we believe, gang-related, and as a result of that, we have 7 young men that are in custody and will be charged with that. And there are 2 of them that are 17 that I'm hoping that the judge will allow them to be tried as adults, because in my opinion that they were the ones that were the driving factor behind all this. And we need to send a very clear message that we're not going to put up with gang activity in our community. It's absolutely uncalled for, and we're not going to put up with it. We then had what my crime scene investigators affectionately calling our cat food shooting out in Burrell. We're still really trying to figure out what was going on with this, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with it, but essentially it was a ex-wife came down to get her property from her ex-husband, brought several friends with her. The husband told her and her friends to get off the property. They left. One of them decided to go back to the property, and there's a dispute as to what really happened, but the result was the individual was shot multiple times, and he's actually alive as well. So we're still trying to sort that out and figure out exactly what happened.
Food? What happened with the cat food?
So the guy that owned the property had several cats, and other guy told the friends that he was going to take him some cat food. And so he had a bag of cat food that he was taking back up to the property. So that's why she calls it the cat food shooting. Next one was a rather extensive theft ring out in Burrell. We hit that compound with the SWAT team. It was a high-risk warrant service. So far, we've arrested 6. We've solved 27 total cases in 3 different states, Utah, Nevada, and California. We've recovered 21 vehicles and over $100,000 in property so far. And we're still investigating that. We're still getting more, theft reports and whatnot that we believe are tied to it. So that's still an active investigation. But they did just a really superior job with that, and has resolved a lot of the problems out in the Burrell area. Going back to what I was talking about earlier with the SWAT team. So last year we had 24 call-outs for the SWAT team. In 2021, we had 19, and in 2019, we had 5. So from 2019 of 5 to last year, 24, so far we've had 14 SWAT call-outs. I've got 12 up here. Since then, we've had two more additional ones. The most recent was a swatting call. Was it Saturday night over at SUU, where the Cedar City Police Department admin line received multiple calls of an active shooter at SUU.
That's what that means.
What's that?
Tell us what that means. Swatting.
Swatting. Swatting is where people are calling in false calls to result in SWAT being called out to respond to it. So
I see.
in this particular case, I think that the deputies and officers really did a superior job. They had resources from really every agency in the county that responded. They did a great job clearing the campus and locking down student housing and whatnot, but it was completely false. And that's happening more and more. We're seeing more and more of that taking place. We had another one last week that hit 5 high schools, one of which was, I believe, Cedar High School is included in that. So we're seeing a lot more of that, and it's completely unacceptable. That pulls resources away from places where we really actually need them.
Are they doing that for that reason, do you
Well,
think?
honestly, going back to the social media thing, a lot of times on like TikTok and some of these other applications, these kids get these challenges. One of them is to commit a swatting call. If we find who did that and we can prove it, we're going to drop an anvil on their head. This is totally unacceptable, and it puts a lot of people's lives at risk. And so we really need to investigate this with the federal agencies and whoever we need to track them down and hold them accountable. It's completely.
What's the penalty if you catch them?
It depends on what they're able to prove. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what all they're going to be able to prove. But I think that we could probably get some felonies on it, don't you, Sam? So anyway, so far we're already. First 3 months into it, we're well over halfway to our total number for last year. So, again, things are becoming much more, I guess, complicated in the county. We're very busy. Again, I already talked about this, so what you see there is a photograph of the 20 grams of heroin that was recovered from the jail. And these are all being smuggled in internally.
So who takes those in? We only
inmates. They're inmates.
Inmates.
Mm-hmm. So the first one was the 3 bundles of fentanyl, and the way we found out about it is we had 2 inmates that went down hard. We almost lost them. 12 doses of Narcan later, we were able to bring them back and got them to the hospital and got them treated. What had happened was there had been a case of a theft at Walmart. The suspects jumped in an RV and took off down the freeway. Highway Patrol got them stopped, pulled over, arrested them, brought them into the jail. And the one of them had keistered at least, probably 4 bundles of fentanyl, traded one of them to these 2 inmates that went down, and still had the other 3. During their video court, he acted like he tripped by his brother and tried passing a bundle to his brother, and one of my deputies caught it. So they took him in, did a strip search, took him to the hospital, had him x-rayed, and recovered three additional bundles. This other one with the heroin was one where we got a tip that somebody had smuggled in heroin, and we did a canine search and the canine located it in one of the cells. So, you know, it's out there, and people are trying to bring it into our facility. So I think that I'm very happy that we have a dog in the jail, and, you know, it's proven its worth. Just to kind of show you how dangerous things are, right now in our evidence locker we have 55 handguns, and 22 of those have been seized since January 1st. So that's an increase of 40%. Of 55 long guns in our evidence locker, 34 have been seized since January 1st, which is a 61% increase. You know, what my belief is JRI is the blame for this. The Justice Reinvestment Initiative doesn't work. And, you know, by lowering the penalty, specifically on drug laws, is encouraging further bad behavior and is putting the same people back out on the streets over and over and over again instead of holding them accountable. And when they're out on the streets longer and they're still got a drug addiction, they have to have a means of paying for their habit, and that's through property crime, and a lot of that is stolen firearms. And they take those stolen firearms and use them to commit other crimes or trade it for drugs and whatnot, and we're seeing the increase. You know, back a few years ago, we rarely saw firearms in conjunction with our drug crimes, and now it's almost every time that we have a drug crime, we have a weapons offense as well. So I believe that that's the blame for it. And then just finally, the Sheriff's Complex is moving forward. As you know, we've purchased the property out north and west of Horse Alley, looking at a 500 bed facility. And we believe that we can pay that by contracting out some of the bed space to federal and state inmates. Currently on the federal side, we get paid about $75 a day, which if we house 250 would be $6.7 million a year. If we housed 300, it would be $8.2 million a year. We're in the process of renegotiating our contract with the feds. We're looking at $85 a day, which we believe we can get, which would increase that to $7.7 million for 250 to $9.3 million for 300. So, you know, I firmly believe that even though we may need to do truth in taxation or something else to fund it up front, that in the long run, the Sheriff's Office will be able to pay for it through contracting with our federal and state partners on this. And
Which we already have state and federal
we do.
this time.
We do. We just increased some of those.
Increase those.
Just wanted to just talk about our training for a minute. The state law requires us to have 40 hours of training per year. They've also increased it by 16 hours of mental health to include autism awareness. We've been putting a lot of emphasis on our training. I work on the Patrol and Tactical Operations Committee with the International Association of Chiefs of Police with a gentleman by the name of Dr. Bill Lewinsky, who runs Force Science. He did a study on training specifically. He says the worst type of training is block training, which is what all of our posts across the nation do. He says the best type is incremental training. In the Sheriff's Office, we've replaced our block training with incremental training, and we see a big benefit to that. And so currently we train the first Tuesday and Thursday of each month, which gives us 8 hours of training on each of those training blocks. Our policy daily training bulletins give us an additional 40 hours. And we've done some things to help improve our training. We've been investing in our weight room to give them a good place to continue their physical training. We've also put in a defensive tactics room that's all got all the proper matting and whatnot so that we can focus on defensive tactics and help protect them out on the streets when they're having to go hands-on, and give them the skills that they need hopefully without breaking anybody. So those have been a couple things that we've done on that. Just finally, I just want to say thank you to our civilian staff. I've got 7 secretaries on between patrol and the jail side that do a phenomenal job. They have saved us a lot of hours in transcription of statements and different things, and they just do a phenomenal job. We got 2 great victim advocates, one that's in the sheriff's office and one that's over at Cedar PD that really do a lot of good work in supporting us in the victim advocate and helping taking care of our community with victims of crime. And then I've got 2 just indispensable and highly overworked crime scene investigators, especially Mikkel, that is our full-time crime scene investigator, and she has been through the ringer this last 3 months. She really has done just a tremendous lift, and we're very grateful for all that she and Lindsay do to support the sheriff's office, and I don't think that they get recognized enough. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that we got the civilian staff as well that is just phenomenal. We're very appreciative of them. And that's it, unless there's any questions.
Don't think so.
That was a mouthful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rich. We'll go ahead and county engineer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So with the concerns of flooding this year, this spring runoff is clean. That's a sample out of Coal Creek from last week. As it settles out, it's got very little silt, which is a good thing for us. We look forward to being able to manage and keep the channels clean that come out of Coal Creek, out of Parowan, and out of the other sources. But spring runoff doesn't have a lot of debris in it, so most of it can go to recharge or to the fields. I noticed this morning as I drove out and around over the weekend, we might have had about a foot of water in the Stevensville Coal Creek channel between 2200 south and 2200 north and 4800 north. It's barely flowing, and it's probably down to 4 to 6 inches today. But I expect that over time, in the next month, that's going to be a fluctuating rise. Every morning it'll have decreased as the ground has absorbed it, and every afternoon it'll be at its peak as the temperature's warm. That kind of hot and cold cycle will be great. In the engineer's office, we've been busy monitoring the channels. We've inspected every one of them for most of the lengths. Commissioner Cousins has done quite a bit of visual inspection as well. Currently, Curtis will be working today in Parowan on the Parowan Creek. And the work that was done to take the vegetation off by the Parowan City was great. That's going to reduce hang-ups as we get the flows. But again, Parowan Creek is also clean water. And so with that little amount of silt, we'll have very little to remove. It'll be the monsoon seasons that I'm most concerned about, which are a few months away, July, August, early September. But we're working to keep those channels at their maximum capacity. We right now have all our channels are anywhere between 12 to 1800 CSF capacity, which is greater than the crossings allow, but at least whatever's in the channel is sufficient, well over 1,000 CSF. So in the engineering department, we've also been very busy with meeting customer needs for addressing, for review of properties, for road work. We get quite a number of concerns about the usage of roads regularly, whether a road is up to speed or not. That's we turn over and coordinate with the road department about. But in the last 3 months, we've had 4 requests for starting the process for taking private roads, private in the sense that they're maintained by the public or by those who use them, and have them converted over to the maintenance schedule. Bringing them up to speed first, bringing them up to code, and then we can take them over. We've had some agreements there with a few of the contractors and developers to do that, but right now we've got 4 communities that would like to upgrade their roads, which is excellent. I hope they're able to do it and get the cooperation from the neighbors.
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of them don't quite understand what's going to take place, but once we get through our office and talk to us, they find out there's a process. As for the complaints on roads, there's also a process there. We have a standardized methodology of doing that. We take it to senior staff a couple times a month. We talk about roads that have been either blocked or closed or misused sometimes, and we're going to discuss those at those meetings, make a determination, and that with that determination, then we have the ability to bring the sheriff's department in if necessary. Sign department came into the engineering department this year. We've been working with Grant. Grant's been a wonderful resource. He's capable and able to stay busy without a lot of oversight. He put in 2 flashing signs down on Lund and 4800, which are now operational.
I've had compliments on them, by the way.
Excellent, excellent. So those are working. We also had that meeting just last week with the railroad and with the mine and with BZI and Novatech and out there on Iron Springs Road. We are going to go forward immediately with stop signs and with notification signs that there is a stop sign at the railroad. That'll be done, I hope, by the end of this week.
So wait just a week, because when we went and met with BZI on Friday, they are thinking that they can maybe do something else,
Okay.
that they can come up with something else that they would fund, and they would help with the funding with the other entities also helping. And so we probably ought to put that off another week until we meet back with them.
All right.
Bruce talked about putting up the electric portable signboards.
Correct.
And just say caution railroad, something like that for now.
We can do that.
And then as we move forward, it'll be kind of a transition.
Right.
And but
We were going to leave
they're
it up.
innovators,
Right.
BZI, and I think they can come up with something that maybe will flash when the train comes. So that's something that they were afraid that they would get complacent with the stop sign because it wouldn't have a train coming all the time, and that type of a thing. So
That's part of my fear too.
yeah, so you were out of town, and so we went ahead and met, but we'll go forward.
Commissioner, may I suggest that we go ahead with the stop sign for now, because they're going to have to work with the railroad and get permissions, I
Will
think.
you call BZI and talk to them?
I sure will.
I think
will.
that would be the best.
And
for
I've
right
reached
now.
out to UDOT because they have some input in that.
Oh,
But
right.
if we have the sign immediately and the warning that there's a stop ahead, that'll still be in place. That would allow for, if this development and this generous offer by BZI takes a little longer than a couple of weeks, at least we'll have done
You got
that.
the contact for BZI?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yeah.
I would reach out to them first, and then we'll go forward. But he wanted to put it off a week so that, but Bruce said let's put up the signs and say caution,
Right.
railroad, whatever.
Okay.
Now. So
We can jumble that. I just worry
We-
that
we
with
may
other entities being involved, that we'll have to give permissions.
yeah.
Or not. We'll at least find out if they do.
Yeah.
It could be delayed a little longer than a week.
So
and
the painting would probably be
that
warranted
can be done right
now.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right away.
those crossing signs are where they belong, and they're just further back.
Mhm.
And so you don't put them right at the tracks. Bruce had thought there were 2 places, and we talked about it afterward.
Mhm.
And we realize that it's the one further back.
You might give some history, the reason why we're talking about this for those that.
Oh, I'm sorry. For those of you who don't know, that about 2 months ago there was a train car incident out on Iron Springs Road. It's normally a west to east directional problem. People are tired. They're coming off of an 8-hour shift, and they just don't notice the train.
Shifts.
Oh, they're 12.
I think
yeah.
they're 12 actually. They
And
go too fast. It's a straight stretch.
yes, yeah, and it's very quiet.
Yeah.
Other than if you're coming or going from work out there, it's about as far out on Iron Springs Road as you can go.
150 employees. That's a lot of cars going back and forth across that railroad track.
Well, and there's other businesses
yes,
and
other
trucks and
businesses
things.
also.
Yeah, so we estimate that on a high side it could be up to 600 vehicles a day, going 300 each way.
Mhm.
So on a slower day, it's still 200 vehicles one way, so it's 400 a day. So somewhere between 400 to 600 vehicles cross that rail line.
Mhm.
So it just and as our community is able to support more economics, it's just going to increase.
Right.
We put in the grant request with Senator Stewart's office. Got a very favorable email back that we were on high priority for the Iron Springs Road improvement. So we are looking forward to hearing a thumbs up, we hope. Right now, I would say that we have the thumbs moving in the right direction. It's not on a it was not summarily, well, that's not important. It was very well received by the senator's office. I mean, by the congressman's office.
Do you have a date? at
No.
all? They didn't really give us
No,
a
they
date
don't
when
specify.
would
They
find out
they
about
received.
A
When we
lot.
were on that Zoom call, there were 88 other applicants
it. Yeah.
just for the one Zoom call, and there's probably more than that didn't come to the Zoom call.
Rich, I've asked this before, but how's the base on that Iron Springs Road in general? I mean, it's had so much heavy traffic over the years. Has it got a good base under what's there?
Don't know.
You don't know.
We had core back in 2017. Steve Platt, the former engineer, had core samples taken, but they were not taken below the depth of the asphalt. And those samples show anywhere from 6 to 12 inches of asphalt. But in one place, there's actually gravel between the two layers of asphalt, at least one of the core samples, which is like an Oreo cookie, but not as tasty. That kind of situation actually causes road to deteriorate because it's an area for moisture to infiltrate the road. So when we get ready to do this, we have presumed that we will have to over-X. We know we have to widen it anyway on the sides, but we'll take a look at what's below the. I had a nice long conversation with Joel Myers about the road before I submitted to the congressman's office, and talked about what we should really do as a full investigation to make sure that we're not putting a good asphalt over a poor subsurface. So we've done that in the office. There has been just a steady flow of opportunities.
Talk a little bit about the study. That might be interesting to folks about the Y study with UDOT.
Oh, at the Y? I unfortunately, Commissioner, don't know a lot because that's between Cedar City and Utah.
Yeah.
We have been talking about it since I came on that there needed to be a study, but I think when we did got the access money for the grant for the Belt Route, it spurred them a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's exactly true, but I know that after I took the rough proposals from our consultant for access, especially when it hit Iron Springs Road, when they saw that we were moving that direction, they really wanted to do something down at 56 and Iron Springs Road because those access points where the Belt Route will cross 56 and then where the Belt Route will cross Iron Springs Road. It's a triangle with mile long legs. And in that concern is at the Y at Iron Springs Road and 56, we don't want to do any duplications of effort. We don't want to have too complex or difficult intersections so close together. If there's a way that we can minimize the impact of one or the other, or utilize one over the other, is a better way to say it. As everyone knows, that Y at the Iron Springs Road causes a number of accidents and is dangerous at times for whatever reason. There's plenty of line of sight,
Several fatalities.
but there's been several fatalities. And so over and over the discussion has been if we can get a better crossing where 5700 West crosses, which is the Belt Route, and make the Iron Springs Road a right-hand turn only. So you can either turn in or you can turn out to the right, but you can't turn left. That'll improve the safety there. But how do we do that in conjunction with the Belt Route?
Belt Route.
Yeah.
But they do
They
have
are.
a study, and that's
Yes.
just recent.
That is in the last month that,
Yeah.
that they've contracted to do the study on the Y.
Yeah, I talked to Chris Hall, and that's what he had said. That,
Right.
and I'm really happy that they're doing that now because that'll go along with our study. So
I think people are starting to realize how busy Iron Springs Road is. You just have to go out there, and in the last 10 years, the traffic on that road has increased
it affects
probably
every
20 or 30 fold.
It affects every single person in Iron County because that's our landfill.
Right, but it's a lot
Our
more than the
garbage goes
landfill
out there.
traffic now.
Yeah, it is
happening.
a lot more.
I think that's what people thought it was primarily used for, was landfill and going to the shooting range. And those things are really now probably,
Maybe the lesser part.
I was going to say, minor players.
Yeah, with all the other businesses, Iron Springs Resort, the RV park. There's a lot out there.
BZI,
EZI. Yep,
yeah,
yep.
all the businesses going out there. So if there's no questions, I'll,
Okay. Any questions?
Good.
No?
Thank you.
thanks, I'll take that. That isn't water, don't drink it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You better take
There's
it.
probably a little more sediment this morning than that. I was out looking around this morning.
Was it a little muddy?
Yeah, it's a little more. Not as bad, but not as bad.
You know what? It looked just like this when I pulled this sample, just like this morning, when I
Really?
pulled this sample.
Wow, that's
Yep.
good. That's good.
Oh.
So,
Okay, thanks. All right, Commissioner Wood, would you like to go?
On the 28th, we've been meeting about flooding and the issues with that. We met with SUU. Cedar City was in their budget talk, so they couldn't come to that meeting, but Rich Wilson, the commissioners, Bruce, our road guy, but he worked for the engineer for many years before that, so he is a trove of knowledge, and so it's wonderful to have him on board because he's been with the county for so many years, and he worked those channels, a lot of those channels, a few years ago. We also met out at Three Peaks, our recreation area. They are in October. We will get the state high school bike racing association, the mountain bike racing association, and to get that, we're not going to be able to have enough parking. So we're going to need to make some more parking. So the BLM has agreed that we can make some parking in near our regular parking and just expand that. And so that's going to be a really great event. They'll have a regional one here, and I'm not positive, it's this summer, I think, sometime, but the state championship will be in October. So that's really a big event that we could that'll be coming into our area. On the 3rd, Governor Cox came to Parowan, and he gave a great speech and had some of the Parowan High students visit with him, ask him question. He asked them question. It was really a fun event. And then we was able to get Governor Cox and his people to come over to the fairgrounds and look at our new fences that we put up there and our new parking lot, and took pictures with him, and that was really fun. We went to the Building Utah, it was called, and it's event. Commissioner Cousins and I attended that. It was down at the Dixie Center in St. George. They had a lot of stuff that, things with the road department, things with dust control, snow plowing operations, bridge inspections, a lot of those type of things. Really interesting. They had a panel, a legislative panel. Senator Brad Wilson, Senator Darren Owens, Senator Wayne Harper, and a few others. That was very interesting. They talked about some of the things that had passed the legislature to help the counties. And then they had the signing of SB 175, which was a help with the counties. The counties really struggle, especially the rural counties, really struggle with trying to keep all of the roads that we have up and going. So they were able to get us some funds with that, and there was actually 3 pots of money. One would bump our BNC road fund, would double it, a one-time thing. Then it would also give us a little bump going forward. And then the third one was we have to implement a 0.25% tax, and that was part of that. But anyway, they had a signing with the governor and made kind of a big deal out of it. It was fun. And then that afternoon, that was 2 days, and then that afternoon, of course, we went up to Canaryville with the big event with the Inland Port Board at the BZI thing, and I'm sure Michael talked. Was on that panel, and he'll talk more about that in a minute, I'm sure. And then we met, of course, there at the railroad tracks with the BZI, like Richard was talking about, the iron mine, which those are their trains taking the iron ore out, and just the safety with that. I think it's really great when we can all get together, stand on the road, and discuss what we need to do to make it more safe for our businesses, for our community. So that's going to be a really great project to make it more safe. And then we met on the 7th with Steve Platt and talked about flooding. That was another meeting we've had about flooding, and it really put my mind to rest. Steve has so much knowledge because he worked for the county for 20-something years, and he said we're going to be okay. He felt like that with all the improvements, with all the recharge, with all the things that we've, the progress that we've made in the flooding areas, the dikes and different things, he felt, in 05, there was actually more water in the snow than there is now at Midway. So he felt very good. It's very different. The monsoons brings a lot of trash, a lot of sediment, and that we don't get in with just the runoff. And so he felt very good, and that helped me put my mind to rest. So I did want to, say that, but I think that was all for me.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I will be brief. I'll try and be brief. I just want to talk a little bit about the inland port. Starting off, Commissioner Wood mentioned this is a project that we've been working on for years to bring, and the inland port has gone through a bunch of different iterations. We've talked about it in this meeting before. What the commission ultimately improved was now I can't remember what's the name of the zone? Help me with the zone, John.
Industrial protection
Industrial
area?
protect.
No, not the
oh.
protection area.
Economic opportunity zone?
The economic
Yes.
opportunity zone. And I think the most important thing to understand here is the importance of a public-private partnership. The model of the inland port, kind of everything has changed over the last several months, and it's really going to benefit our area. We've had some local businesses that have really taken the lead as far as moving forward with a transload facility for the railroad. We have a couple of different organizations, BZI Steel as well as Savage.
Yeah.
Savage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't remember the rest of their name, but so the Inland Port Authority has basically become a low interest lender to the private partnerships that are really going to make this go forward. I really believe that this is probably going to be the most significant economic change to our area since the iron mines back in the day. I think this is really going to move us forward through the next 100 years. It's going to be awesome. I'm trying to condense it down and talk fast. So that I'm really proud of the efforts, especially of Danny Stewart, our economic development director, who's worked so hard, and others that have worked so hard to bring that to fruition. We talked about the only thing I would add to the flooding. Through a grant from the state, we were able to secure between money that we paid in a grant from the state. We were able to secure 3 sandbag filling machines. Those are pretty awesome. You can fill sandbags really efficiently and quickly. We've got one deployed down at our county road yard. I believe there's one deployed, or if not yet, will be deployed in Parowan, and another one down in Canaryville. And the county has supplied sand to those 2 areas and trained folks in Parowan and Canaryville how to work the...
I think Parowan used theirs on Saturday.
They love it.
They had an event, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Canaryville's used theirs as well.
Also.
Yep. They filled several hundred bags as well in Canara. So that's great. There was some additional funding that came available, and we're working on some additional funding to build a flood response trailer. Cedar City built one during the floods. After the floods, the fire department there was able to get some money to build a flood response trailer that's pretty awesome. If we get this additional funding from the state, that's what the goal for that.
Pumps and that
Pumps
type of thing.
and
Sandbags.
sandbags, anything that, you can pull up to an area that's under imminent flooding and make some differences there with pumps and sandbags and some equipment there. Talked about Three Peaks. I got a call from George, our emergency manager, the other day. Who got a call from the Women's Crisis Shelter. They didn't know who else to reach out to. George is the emergency guy. They've got a really bad leaky roof. And some flooding issues. I got with Home Builders Association, took them over there for a tour, and they're going to fix it. So,
Wow.
taken care of. So, knowing all that was going on with the Iron Springs Road railroad crossing, I got a call from AMPAC last week. They wanted to meet about the same issue. I went and met with them and said it's all underway.
Yeah.
Apparently, they had another really near miss just in the last week
Wow.
out there with a train and a car. So they were really concerned, and I said it's already underway. You'll see some
Is that Jody?
Jody and Ryan Hess.
Yeah. yeah. So we met again with them on Friday
Oh,
with
good.
BZI.
Good.
So, yeah,
Excellent.
it's absolutely going forward.
Yeah, yeah. I assured them that it was underway already, and
Great.
awesome. Just a mention in our fire chiefs meeting. SU Aviation was there to do a presentation on their drone program. George was able to get a commitment from them to fly our flood channels, so we can drone those and make sure that things are
Awesome.
moving in a direction that they're supposed to.
So Rich was talking about buying one. Does that mean we don't have to buy one?
I would say, well, here
Okay.
here comes the sheriff.
Uh-oh. He's got drones too.
I do, but we've been in a partnership with SU Aviation with not only the helicopter but with the drones as well. And let me pull it up here. I just got an email from Matt today that runs the drone program. He says, I just wanted to let you know the SU was putting in the grant to get some new drones. Then we found out the aviation had a grant already, but one or more of the items they were going to get would not be in until June 30th. So we were able to use the money to buy one M30T, two M3Ts, the new Flitter Cirrus drone, along with the extra batteries. There's still some money left, so I'm going to try and use that money to get an app for live streaming. So,
Wow.
you know, they've already had a lot of great drones that we've used a lot. We've used them a lot for our SWAT Overwatch on SWAT calls and different things, and he's been looking for ways to be able to help the community in other ways. And you know, this flood, flying the flood channels and whatnot is
Fabulous.
another one of the things that he's been wanting to do. So Matt's been a great resource to us as the sheriff's office, but I think to the county as a whole and whatnot. And now he's got more drones that are on their way. So I think he's got a lot of capability. So hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that with our partnership with them, I don't know that we need to expend money on a drone.
That'd be awesome too, because they have to be certified to fly in that airspace. So
Yes.
that'd be
Yes.
nice. If
Right. Yeah, there's not an issue with them in the
They've
FAA
already got
airspace.
that. Yeah.
Airspace.
Space.
Yeah, they've already got all those capabilities. So
That's awesome.
yeah. I want to talk just a little bit. Well, one of my responsibilities is on the airport board. We've been working with SU Aviation. They're in bad need of expanding their maintenance program. They've also got a grant request in with Congressman Stewart's office for a building to expand that program. They're kind of capped where they are right now, but we were able to get an approval for some use on current property that they lease for some temporary structures to help facilitate their program through the summer. There's certain things that they have to have. There's certain things that they work on that the FAA requires them to be under a cover. It doesn't necessarily have to be a building. Really just an awning. Anyway, that's kind of been a little bit of a hard-fought battle, but we're able to get approval for that, for their temporary usage until hopefully that they can get funding to build an actual maintenance building. Right now, they're going to be capped at about 225 to 250 students. If they get approval to build this building, they'll be able to up their maintenance folks to about 600 students. And I can't remember their statistics, but they're supplying a large number of maintenance personnel across the country. A large group of the maintenance folks that are going out to work across the country are coming from that program.
I know
So-
10% of all helicopter pilots are coming from Iron County.
Yeah.
10% in the United States.
And I
That's
think
pretty impressive.
I think maintenance is a little higher.
Is it really?
I think so.
Wow.
But yeah,
Wow.
they're doing a really good job there. The study at the Y, I talked with Matt Rhodes the other day while we were at the BZI function with the Inland Port, and he just talked about that's moving forward. So he was Matt, and I can't remember his boss's name, but he had Matt and then a couple of his bosses.
Chris Hall, I think, was there.
Yeah,
One of
and
them.
so anyway, they assured that was moving forward. I talked to them about the whole road project, and how important that's going to be to, if we could meld those together, that would
Yes.
be wonderful. The last thing I just want to talk about really quick, Enoch City, Enoch Police Department released the full video, well, the full police report on the Haight family murders from earlier in the year. That was released on Friday. And that's due to a grammar request. I mean, by law, that has to be released, and everything that was required to be released has been released. I just want to, if anybody knows of anybody who's struggling because of that, or has mental health issues, anything like that, there are resources available, and there are resources available at no charge that have been
Donations.
and other things. You can look on the Enoch City website or contact the Enoch City offices to coordinate that help. But I was able to talk to a lot of different people involved in the community and just make sure they had a heads up that was going to happen. And I feel like the Band-Aid may get ripped off again. I feel like we're on a good path of healing, and so we'll see.
I saw that video online. I didn't watch it. I don't have any desire, but it's just like, can't we just let this
Right.
kind of?
Yeah, I know, at Enoch there was a grammar request from Dateline, within the first week after the incident. So. You're going to see there's going to be obviously some local coverage, and there has been over the weekend, but I think you're going to see some real national and international coverage over the next little while, just so people are, know that that's coming and do the best to keep themselves mentally fit is my biggest concern. So
Okay.
that's it.
Thank you. One thing nice about being chair is they do all the talking. You don't have to report on anything. I've got a couple real quick. We're way over. Sorry. So I've been working a lot with the Central Iron County Water Conservancy District on recharge efforts. We've Paul Monroe, our district manager, came up with a idea. There's out by Quichapa, if you guys have driven out Highway 56, we have the Lazy River where we run dirty water into it, drops the sediment, and then we pump it up to a recharge basin. And then north about 3/4 of a mile, we found a place, Frank Nichols' property, where it's got some fissures. And we're actually running that water onto that property. Bruce Anderson went out with the road department and bladed in a ditch. We're running water from our recharge basin, which doesn't quite perk fast enough, and it runs out there, and we're dropping it into the ground out there. It's been really exciting. I've been working out there quite a bit on that. John, there was a video, and there you go, John. So that's our recharge. If you look at the Lazy River right there, go back to the. Oh, you're good.
There you go.
So right there is our Lazy River. The pond on the south side is a smooch pond. And there's an open ditch that runs water into that smoots pond, as well as they set up a pumping facility to pump water out of Quichapa. It used to just go in there and there's 500 feet of clay. It would just evaporate and go to waste. But now we can pump water out. If you see that you can see where that water line was dug up and there's a well. John, point to that city well right there. There's a city well, so we're actually recharging right by a well. But that pond is clear full, and we've actually taken a ditch to the north of that. We've done a spillway and ran a ditch to the north from there out. And if you zoom out a little bit, John, there's also two pivots there. The Jones family owns those, and rather than let that water evaporate, we've also been able to supply those two pivots with water. And so when we supply those with water, the farmer can idle their wells, and it's basically 100% recharge. We're using water that would have been wasted, and it's an awesome thing. And one thing that's awesome is it's been nice to be able to give back some to the Joneses, because most of this out here that we've done is their property. There's been some of the Smoots property, but the majority of the property we've done projects out there on has been on the Joneses property, and they've been so good to let us use that free of charge. And and they've been so willing to help with that. So
Is that Cedar City Well or
That's a
Water
s-
Conservancy?
that's Cedar City Well.
Cedar,
Mhm.
Cedar City Well.
So there's water being recharged right by that. And like I said, the Wichita is so full of clay over the eons of time that it's impossible for that water to perk and get down to the aquifer. So, John, if there's one video I sent you very first, I think. No, there was another one. Maybe you didn't get that one. That's okay. This is a video of the Western Rock Pit. This is we're putting this morning. There's about 45 cubic feet per second going into this pit. This was a video taken about a week ago, and that was 16 CFS right there coming out. We built that back in 2017 when I was on the city council, and that's been an awesome project. We put about 9,000 acre feet in 2019, so that's a huge. And we appreciate Staker Parsons, which is the parent company of Western Rock, for their efforts to let us use their property for that. Now this is a video from this morning that I took. It's about 45 CFS coming out of that. It's a little dirtier water, but that will fill up about 3/4 of the way full. That's about a 12 acre facility, and that's really good. Up the creek a ways, there's also the Schmidt pit, which they're putting about 12 CFS in right now. It'll handle up to 20. It'll overflow into the county pit, and then I'm also working on another pit closer to Airport Road that we can possibly use. I'm working with Staker Parsons on that. I've got a site visit on that. So we're just trying to do our best to utilize as much of this water we're blessed with this year to get back in our aquifer so we can use it again. And it's exciting stuff. We've got some challenges. Those are actually some pits right there that were designed. Those are right behind the Keymaker. That's actually right just to the south of where we're going to put the gel. And that is the tailwater from the Southwest Field Irrigation Company and the runoff from Cedar City. It goes in those pits, and then whatever Conperk does, and the rest goes out to Wichita. So anyway, this could take forever, but that's just some of those things we're working on. We appreciate Frank Nichols letting us use his property out north of the Wichita area to recharge. Marilyn mentioned we met with Steve Platt. One thing that we are going to try to do, he had a great idea. We're going to start meeting with the irrigators every week, asking the irrigation companies to take all the water they can to peel off the water they can out of that heavy flow to try to alleviate some of that pressure on our flood channels. We're working extensively in Parowan. Our city manager, or their city manager, Dan Jessen, is really heading that up with our county engineer on improving the flood channel through Parowan, and just trying to be as prepared as we can for this spring runoff. And we're just praying that it comes down slow as possible and doesn't cause property damage. So I did mention I spent about 7 hours a couple Sundays ago walking ditches, and they're looking they look really good throughout the county, and we've done a lot of work and feel good about them. So with that, we'll take about a 5-minute break. Sorry we're over so long. Take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and resume our meeting.
Pretty good about it.
Good, John? Yeah, we're good. All right, welcome back. We'll resume our county commission meeting. We're running a little bit late this morning, but I appreciate your patience. We'll start out with the public comment portion of the meeting. Now, these public comments, if you've got a comment relating to an agenda item, if you'll wait until we discuss the agenda item for that comment. But otherwise, any public comments, 3-minute time limit, and if you can state your name and be concise, we'd appreciate it.
Is this guy here then?
Cindy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Cindy Bullock from Congressman Chris Stewart's office. Just checking in, see if there's anything you need from the Congressman and make a couple of comments or announcements. The Congressman is going to be in part of southern and central Utah this week. On Thursday, he's making presentations to 3 schools in Sevier County, North Sevier, South Sevier, and Richfield. Also meeting with a group of engineers over there on some different projects and just how we can help. And then a big meeting or a meeting in Garfield County with some grazers, specifically on the monument. I don't know if you have seen the monument plans, but they submit 3 different plans for alternatives, and what we're hearing is they're not really alternatives because they all either ask for no grazing or greatly reduce the number of grazing AUMs, or and they have not addressed suspended AUMs. We've been working on that, so we are having a meeting at 3:00 on Thursday afternoon in Garfield County if any of you are interested, specifically on the Bears Ears and the monument, Bears Ears and Escalante. Sorry, losing my mind here. But we are just afraid that if that gets momentum, then there are a number of groups who are specifically looking at trying to remove grazing from all public lands. So we're trying to kind of get ahead of that. We have also submitted our community project funding requests. We have to make sure that everyone knows that just because we submitted it, it is not a guarantee, and it has to go through the entire budget process. But we did submit the Iron County Iron Springs Road project, and then a project I think the sheriff talked about a little bit where we had combined some different groups for public safety, and those were submitted as well. We don't have an exact timeline. It's the federal government and its budget process, so it will be maybe late summer before we know if that's actually in the overall budget, but it's at least good news you made the short list. So, and those are all on our website if you want to look at the other. There were 15 that we could submit that we did submit, so you're welcome to look on the website for that. And if you have any questions, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll move to agenda item number 2, discussion regarding property tax on a primary residence. John Elmquist? Yes, please.
So I would like to just, before we have this item, talk about, behavior. Not to call Mr. Elmquist out, but he's acted unruly in 3 of our offices, used the F word around staff and children waiting for their turn at passports. And my tolerance for people acting unruly is very low. We are public servants, but we are not your employees. We do everything we can for you, but you don't sign our paycheck, and that's a very important distinction. And I'm just going to say that, and then I felt like we needed to talk about that because I've had multiple offices approach me about this particular situation.
Let me talk about that.
Do.
That was a baby. That baby wouldn't even understand the word I used.
My staff did, the assessor's office staff did, the
All right.
treasurer's office staff
Okay,
did.
let me get my
And the
point.
tone was utterly disrespectful. So I'm not putting up with that.
Hold the mic down a little bit so that you can talk about that. Yeah, thanks.
That's all I have to say. I don't want to
Okay,
make a
so
big deal of it, but
Can I start then?
yeah.
Okay. This subject all started when I received my new house payment. It went up $80. Called the county in Parowan, spoke to a Melanie. Yes, the taxes increased. Then Melanie told me that I was a part-time resident. Oh no, I am a full-time resident. I have been a full-time resident for full 3 years. Purchased a cabin 4 years ago. So listen to this. On January 10th, I made a trip to the county. Filled out an exemption form to be filled out an exemption form for the resident to came. Oh, shit, hold on. I'm a little nervous here. Filled out an exemption form to be a full-time resident. Came back in March and they had no record of this. So I come down there. This guy's got nowhere to be around. I think the way you started talking has made these guys here say no right away. You know, I don't agree with you. Okay. Then I spoke to Brian Hoffmeyer. I called PennyMac, my loan company, with Brian to help me to be a full-time resident. So a few weeks later, called my loan company and asked if you guys called the county to see my exemption. They said that there was not an exemption pending. Okay? Wait a minute. So I came back to the county. Brian talked to my loan company, escrow department. Now all is good and the taxes are at the correct amount. And my house payment has been lowered. I'm really happy right there. So they kept telling me that there's a.
So you're not a primary. It's now a primary residence. So you're getting
I'm
the
in a-
discount.
I've been a primary resident for 3 full years.
Okay, but it wasn't listed that way. In
Yeah, wait. Yeah.
Okay.
So let's get to
Could
that.
I clarify?
I understand.
On January 10th, was that January 10th of this year?
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think it was fair how you came across that
Let's
way.
just move on.
Yeah, let's just move on. Sure. So I kept asking about the paper, what you guys are talking about. You know. So I get this. Can I step forward?
Sure.
No. I get this paper. In the mail, it says this is not a bill. So I take that paper and I file my file. I file everything. All right. Okay. So, right here it's saying that I'm not a full-time resident. Well, I am a full-time resident. So you go over here, this guy kept saying, it's the law, it's the law. I don't see anything in there about saying the law. All I want from you guys is 3 full years of taxes back. That's simple. No leave.
Well, not full. You mean the
I want the amount that,
The 40%.
the 45%.
3%?
That's all I want.
Um,
Now, you're probably not gonna get.
why don't you go back to the mic, sir?
You're probably not gonna give me the full 3 years. We can make a deal here. I was in the car business for 55 years. Give me 1 year and I'll leave. Never come back to your office again. Oh, don't. I will come back to your office every year to make sure that I'm in there, that I'm a full-time resident. Because your office did not make me a full-time resident without me making 3 trips. And that was annoying.
When was the first time you applied for permanent residency in Utah? Was it this year, or when did you do? I mean, is there somebody who can speak to this?
No.
Karsten, or you,
Nicole or
Nicole, or
nope, not her.
No, you want to move?
Karsten Reed, County Assessor. So the primary residential application we received was January of this year, which is, so he is considered, for this tax year, primary resident.
But just to give you kind of some context, when someone closes on their property at a title company, in that closing disclosure, it says part of their closing disclosure, and you know what? The truth is people don't really read the closing disclosure. They're just there to sign, happy to move into their home. But in the closing disclosure, it says that in order to receive a primary residential exemption, you have to fill out, this form with the county. But the second opportunity they have outside of us mailing them a primary residential exemption form is their yearly notification where it says every year what they're classified as, and they have up till September 15th to contest what the county information is.
And that notice came last year, correct?
This notice comes every year. So every year,
but it was last year.
Every
right?
year, every citizen in the county has the opportunity to contest what information there is. So, just to give you an example, I mean, our family's had a property for multiple years, and I just realized that we've been eligible for the primary residential exemption and haven't been getting it, and so filed for a primary residential exemption. But I hold myself to the same standard that this gentleman's being held to by the county and by the state. So, there's not a special exception for me because I'm an elected official or a county employee, and there really isn't a special exemption for anybody else either. And so that's the point of clarification. Going forward, he is at least on our records, exempt, has that exemption. And so yeah.
Nicole, would you be willing to come and speak to the conversation you had with the title companies about this?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nicole?
Nicole Rosenberg, Iron County Treasurer. Mr. Elmquist called and talked with Melanie in my office. And so I just reached out to the title company's board of realtors and just said, hey, are you getting this information out when people are closing or buying homes? And so Barry at Southern Utah Title just sent me over the acknowledgement that they go through, which clearly states that per state law, they have to come in and fill out an application in order to qualify for the primary residential.
It isn't just automatic. That's
No,
what you're
no,
telling me.
they
They have to come and
they
apply
have to
for that.
fill it out. Barry just said that they let them know that the county mails out a letter. I believe Carson said they had mailed 3 letters out to Mr. Elmquist. It's letter just letting you know that you needed to sign your application or bring your application in. It's also online. I think they can go and print it off online in order to receive that. So, and I know that the Homeowners Association said they'll try to get the information out to realtors, let them know that any information they get from the county is really vital and is probably going to affect the amount that they pay in taxes. So we just try to be proactive. I reached out to title companies and just try to make sure they're going over that information too in their closing. So.
And could I just ask for more clarification, just because the situation with Mr. Elmquist did cause me some concerns. Karsten, and I'm sorry to take over.
Okay.
Could you speak to, in what context does the application or the primary exemption, does it come with the post conveyor survey that gets sent out? Is that what happens?
Occasionally it does, but the real notification actually is this document.
Evaluation form?
Yeah, and so it's this disclosure form. So, and every taxpayer has an opportunity every year to review this and make sure it's correct. And then if it's not, they can call the county and we can revise this information, or they can contest it in a Board of Equalization hearing. So every citizen has the right every year to verify this information and make sure it's correct. And if they don't, that's their opportunity. Then we just move forward. I mean, you can imagine if 1,000 people showed up and said, "Hey, it's really, it's not. I mean, this is an outlier situation. Most people actually fill out or review this document and fill out their primary residential exemption, and it's rare to have somebody that actually is a primary residence, or it's not very common that it goes years and years. It's him and I. He and I have the same issue.
Mr. Elm, you discovered it
3
on your
years.
tax
Yeah, we
form?
both
Is that
went
how
3
you
or
found
4
it?
years without our.
You discovered that you didn't have the primary exemption through your tax form or with Penny Mac? How did you discover it?
How did I discover it? My house payment went up.
Well, everybody's dead.
Everybody's dead.
But that made you look?
That made me look and call my loan company. But then when I called my loan company, you guys had
Could you come to the microphone? I started talking to you when you weren't there.
loan company, and they didn't have any proof of the exemption for this year. I go, whoa, something's not right here. But anyway, I got one more piece of paper to show you from my. I was prepared this morning. Here's a affidavit of occupancy from my loan, from the first loan company when I first bought it, and it's marked primary resident. I understand what you guys are saying about you should review that form. Now, if you got this form and it said on the front page, if you're a part-time resident, you're going to get a 45% exemption. Do you think that I would not stop myself and look? But the way you guys got it and then over here, that's kind of deceiving to me. I'm going to just get my point across. So are you guys going to do anything for me?
So the first time you filled out this application for the primary residence is January of this year.
Yeah, but I had one from the first loan company when I first bought it, showing that it was a primary. I never filled any form out with you guys now because I didn't read the back of this. I didn't read this deceiving piece of paper.
So, Karsten, just from a procedural standpoint, like a military exemption or something that you might get through the auditor's office, is there any look back at all with this kind of a thing?
I mean, I'll say again, I am actually sympathetic to this gentleman because him and I faced the same thing. We both
Overpaid.
Overpaid. Well, when we actually were eligible for the primary residential exemption, and in my case it was 4 years, so I'm a little bit even more egreged by the government.
Well, my objective is to try and help the commissioners understand what their options are.
Their options are every year there's an opportunity to.
I mean, as far as Solomon
Going
the baby
back.
right now,
Yeah.
what can they do? Sam, I'm assuming the only option, if there's not a look back with the actual exemption, is to use their power to forgive taxes. I believe that's it, if I'm understanding it correctly.
It's out of my
That's why I'm
domain.
here.
Well, and again, it's a different purview, right? You're looking at the exemption, and the commissioners have the power to look back and make that. It's a rare thing that they do it, but I just want to clarify, if they may take any action, under what, is it even possible to have a look back on the exemption, or would it have to be forgiveness? He's going to look at
Look
Cindy.
at Cindy.
Cindy?
So it looks to me like it's a personal responsibility thing. Is that what that really is?
Ultimately, I think that's the suggestion with regards to the state
Which
tax.
I'm
commission
glad that
county.
Nicole reached out to those realtors and that so that we don't have that happen again. But
So
we, as commissioners, we struggle with opening a can of worms with doing it for one and doing it for all. Okay, go ahead.
I have something to say about that.
Okay.
You think that there's more people in the county that are in my position? Probably is.
Probably.
There could be.
Because they might be poor readers like I am. Very poor reader. Okay? I've gotten by and hit it all these years. Did very well in the car business. But when it comes to this stuff, I just don't turn it on. Now, I got to ask you one question. What does the county do for John Elmquist? What do you do for me? You don't plow my road. You don't give me water and sewer. I called the fire department the first night that I was in my cabin, didn't know how to work the smoke, the thing. So the house just got full of smoke. Called them and they never showed up. And I talked to somebody that's been around here for like 40 years in business. And he says, the reason they didn't come is because you weren't in the town, you're in the county. So I thought, oh my God, maybe I don't have a fire department? But I don't know about that, but what can you guys do for me?
Well, like Commissioner Wood said, this becomes a very slippery slope, because if we grant it to one, we've got to grant it to all, right? And when it boils down to personal responsibility, it's your responsibility to catch that and bring it up. And you haven't until this year.
Okay, so can I ask you to do this? Can I ask you to change it on this form to bring it to people's attention so that other people that are out there will know, hey, primary residents, you get a 45% exemption. Big letters up here. Oh man, I'd be down here in a heartbeat. Bet you a lot of other people would be too. Can you do that?
I know that the treasurer's office has changed the appearance
Format,
of the
it's a
form.
little different than
I
that.
don't know about the primary exemption.
I know it's got a graph on it. Is there something, Nicole, that maybe we could add onto the?
Oh,
Yeah.
oh,
So
sorry.
I
Okay.
spent all this time and get nowhere.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, who do I see next then? Because I'm not done. I'm gonna keep going up the ladder.
Well, I don't know. Karsten, is there an appeal process, or what's the?
You can appeal to the state tax commission directly. And I can, if you want to come down to my office,
Sure,
then
I'll
we
do
can.
All right, thanks for your
Thank you,
time,
Mr.
guys.
Elmquist.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
But the meeting did start out on a negative because of you.
I will not apologize for that.
All right, let's go to agenda item number 3, discussion of possible approval for a local consent for the event Firehouse and Winger Beer Garden held on May 11th at Iron Springs Resort.
Good morning, Peyton Robinson. It's my name now. With Warehouse Bar Plus Kitchen, we have a beer garden coming up with Iron Springs. So that's all I got.
Sheriff, we good?
We get a lot of these types of events, and there's several of them on the agenda for today. You know, both with Landslide and with them. You know, so on private property, they're responsible for their own security and whatnot, and then, you know, the sheriff's office is going to come out and do what we need to do. So, you know, we encourage everybody to make sure that they keep the drinking under control and make sure it's not served to underage drinkers and, you know, DUI enforcement and whatnot. So, but yeah, we're good.
Thank you.
I would move for approval for the local consent for the event Firehouse and Winger Beer Garden held on May 11th at Iron Springs Resort.
I would second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 4, discussion and possible approval for local consent for the event Boots and Bikinis Country Fest held June 16th and 17th, and Landslide Festival held September 1st and 2nd at Three Peaks Oasis Resort. Monica Gonzalez. Hi, Monica.
Monica Gonzalez for Landslide Festival for the permits. And it's my first time, so I don't know what else to say.
Can you tell us a little bit about, I'm familiar with the Landslide Festival. That's been kind of a yearly thing. What's the Country Fest?
This is our first time. It's going to be Tyler Rich, which is a country singer, and Savannah is going to be there for our headliners. And it's going to be mostly country instead of landslide events, but we still have the lake, the slide,
Camping.
Reach the Pig, a lot of activities, just basically the same thing, but country.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. I would move for approval for the local consent for the event Boots and Bikinis Country Fest held June 16th and 17th, and the Landslide Festival held September 1st and 2nd at Three Peaks Oasis Resort.
I'd second that.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 5, discussion and possible approval for local consent for the event Southern Utah's Festival of Colors held April 29th at Three Peaks Oasis Resort. Rodrigo?
Hey, my name is Rodrigo Grajales. This is my second time coming in here. I came to you guys for my Fright Night over at Three Peaks Oasis as well. I'm the owner of Zion Live. This year we're going to be doing the Festival of Colors at Three Peaks Oasis. So the Festival of Colors is a celebration of love and unity. It's usually a Hindu festival done on the Eastern Hemisphere. And so it's been brought over to like the United States, and it's really fun. Kids under 10 are going to be free. We are going to have a fenced-in beer garden, chain link fence. We'll be hiring private security. Never had any problems. Super fun event. Everyone should come out. Bring your kids.
Okay.
Awesome. I would move for approval for local consent for the event Southern Utah Festival of Colors held April 29th at Three Peaks Oasis Resort.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6, requesting funding from Iron County for the Iron County Care and Share. Mr. Jetton?
James Jetton, Iron County Care and Share. I do have a presentation I wanted to go over. So I'm the new interim executive director for Iron County Care and Share. I've been with the organization for 4 years. My main role has been to manage the emergency shelter. I've also ran programs, supported grant writing, case management, day services, just about everything except for what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, do we have the?
Yeah, I'm getting there.
So what I kind of wanted to go over a bit was the scope of services that we provide in Iron County, and really our through our local homeless council, our service area is Iron, Cane, Garfield, and Beaver. So it's 18,322 square miles, I think. And we are a 38-bed shelter and a food pantry, trying to service that area. So a lot of things have happened in the past few years. A lot of us, I think, are dealing with the stress and the struggle and the strain of an increase in housing costs, less access, I think, to mental health. I think a bigger struggle just in general for people to kind of make it by. Right now, the census estimates that we have about 13.3% of Iron County residents that live in poverty. That means we have about 8,000 or 8,500, give or take, people in our community that are going hungry, that have limited access to medical and mental health care, and very importantly are at risk of falling into homelessness. What we're seeing at our organization, in our food pantry and in our shelter and through our day services program, is a increase in seniors, veterans, and families falling into homelessness locally. The rate of seniors entering our shelter in 2022 doubled over 2021. It was now 2 out of every 10 individuals that seek emergency shelter with our organization are over 55. And most of those actually 65 and over. We are seeing a lot of seniors entering into homelessness, most of them for the first times in their lives. It's become a a very big issue for us in figuring out the best ways to sort of serve those vulnerable populations. So this is, you'll see this iceberg graph type thing used a lot. I think it's particularly apt for this because most of what goes on with homelessness, especially in rural areas, and this is true with my colleagues across the state that work in rural areas, is that most homelessness is not visible here. We estimate about 10 to 15% of the homelessness that goes on in Iron County and surrounding counties is visible. These are the people that you see panhandling at Walmart. These are the people that maybe you see camping on BLM land or something like that. We'll probably see more of them as the weather warms up. It's been a cold winter, so we're not seeing too many of them now, but that will increase when the summer months come. But less visible, we don't see the people that we have in shelter. So right now we've got about 48 people in our care right now in the shelter. That's 38 in shelter and another 10 or so with hotel vouchers, including a young mother who just had a child. So we have a newborn with us, which is lovely, but also kind of sad. So less visible, we have the people that are in emergency shelters, or maybe they're staying in hotels, maybe under a voucher through us, maybe through Canyon Creek Services. Maybe they're in the new youth shelter through Youth Futures. They're camping outside of town. They're living in their cars, but we don't see them quite so much. But these are people that are like federal statute homeless. Then we have people that maybe are in the gray area. They don't necessarily qualify as homeless under federal statutes, but they're couch surfing or they're living temporarily with family or friends or something like that. One issue is that we have a lot of youth in Iron County that are, we work with the school district and with Youth Futures quite a bit, and we have a number of minors who are couch surfing. And at risk of falling into.
Youth Futures is quite recently
yes.
in Iron County.
Yeah.
Right?
They opened last summer. I want to say June or July,
That's
I
probably
believe.
been helpful, right?
Yes. Yeah. They're a wonderful organization. Yeah. So and then after that we have these people that we call at risk. These are people that have housing cost burden exceeding 30% of their income. It takes very little for somebody to fall into homelessness. Again, seniors really fall into this category, which is why I think we're seeing so many of them sort of enter into our services. And just, they say about 30% of housing owners, so people who own a house are making payments on it, and then about 40% of renters in Iron County are burdened paying their rent. So just a little bit about the organization. So we work collaboratively with local partners. I've already mentioned several of them, 5 Counties Association as well. Our goal is really to address 3 main things. That's homelessness, hunger, and poverty. We have served, so we provide housing assistance, so that's homeless prevention. Which is probably our most successful program by the numbers. We do rapid rehousing, so that is taking people who are in homelessness and then getting them housed and assisting them with case management and financial assistance to kind of get them over the hump. Anybody who's just moved apartments or moved to a new house knows that hump to get into a new place, the deposit, all of that is can be very difficult. Now try doing that when you're starting with nothing. People come to our shelter, they have no ID, they have none of the documents they need. Who knows? Maybe they just got out of the jail and walked up to the street to us, and now we've got to start all over and build them up again. We run a day services program with drop-in services for all community members. It doesn't matter who you are. If you need something, you come down and talk to us. We can get you food. We get you case management, laundry services, meals, all of that. We are very big on data. I'm a data nerd myself. So we constantly collect and review data to see which programs we're providing that are successful, which ones are not. The goal is to provide the best services as efficiently as possible with the best outcomes that we can manage. And then really all of that is in service to providing people who are in crisis, who are suffering from trauma, who have mental health issues or are trying to get a handle on addiction issues. We're trying to give them a pathway to self-sustainability. Our goal really is to lift these people up and get them to a point where they can take care of themselves, and then they become contributors rather than people needing services. Okay, so last year in 2022, we served 352 people in individuals and families in our emergency shelter. And again, 20% of those were seniors, and I would say about 15% of those over the age of 65.
So I actually have a question.
Yeah.
There's some crossover here with what you're doing and what our Council on Aging does.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had any kind of active coordination with them on, because they have like Meals on Wheels and things that they provide? I'm just curious if you've had a chance to kind of reach over there or
no,
sit down.
No, but that would be great. That's one of the things I'm really pushing. Having been appointed executive director now, we do a lot of collaborative work in the community with other organizations. I'm looking to expand that as much as possible.
I think even awareness in a situation like that would help both organizations.
Yeah,
I just had that thought as you were talking.
Right. Yeah. So that means that we've served about 3,500 meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the shelter last year just for people in shelter. And we had 1,017 individuals and families through the shelter in the last, basically at the beginning of COVID to the end of last year. And this is individual, like these are not repeat clients. This is discrete numbers. So our day services program in 2022, we served 316 clients with 1,503 meals. That again is breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 598 showers and 106 laundry services. And again, that's open to the community. So it could be somebody's dryer breaks down and they need a dryer, they can come use ours. Maybe they're living in a vehicle and they need these services, then they can come and use that. Maybe they work near us and they just want to come down and have a lunch, they're welcome to that too. So these are services that we provide that are open to the community. And I will say our day services program is not supported by any grants. This is just something we do at our own cost. So, and then housing services. So in fiscal year 23, which is just about done now, we have served 199 individuals and families through homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, and transitional housing services. And a nod back to homelessness prevention, we know how hard it is to find housing in this area. There's not a lot available. It's really difficult. It is very hard for people who are in homelessness, facing those extra barriers, especially hard for them to find housing. So what we're doing to try to mitigate that problem and mitigate the demand on our shelter and on law enforcement and emergency services is we're trying to keep people housed. And so far this year, this fiscal year, we have prevented 102 households from falling into homelessness, and not one of them, we don't have a single one yet that has fallen into homeless. That's an amazing stat. Like I look at my colleagues across the state and the other programs that we serve, 100% effectiveness thus far is kind of unheard of. Actually, I'm very proud of that one. So then in our food pantry, in 2022, we served a total of 2,535 individuals. That's seniors, adults, and children. And then I didn't have the most recent, so I grabbed the last total food distribution I could find, and that was in 2020. We served almost 500,000 pounds of food to the community through our food pantry. Okay, so then
How is your pantry holding up?
we're doing good. The pantry is doing very well. We've got support from Utah Food Bank. There was extra money made available in the last grant cycle, which probably won't this grant cycle. Those grants are due on Saturday, so I'm working on them now. They estimate that they're going to probably cut those grants in half this year. There's just less available.
I know the Scouting for Food program was, that's been greatly diminished.
It has, yeah.
Okay, I'm just curious.
No, but we've still got food drives. One of the things I love about this community is just how service driven and sharing and giving people are. We constantly have people coming by and dropping off stuff. One of my favorite individuals, we have an elderly lady who knits hats for people in the community, and she brings them down to us. She's had to slow down now for some health issues, but it's just, I go down to St. George now. Like, we got so many of these hats, I started giving them to Switchpoint. And I go down to St. George now, and I see people down at Switchpoint down there wearing this lady's hats. So it's one of the things I love about the community, and between Utah Food Bank and our local community, we are doing okay as far as food supplies and stuff go. We do need grocery bags. If anybody's got grocery bags, drop them off at the pantry. Okay. Okay, so the reason for the funding request today, we have faced some issues and some strain over the last few years. Service levels are increasing faster than we can keep up with. The last grant cycle really goes in 3 years, right? So 3 years ago when we put in our grants, we did not expect COVID. We did not expect so many people being out of work, so many people losing touch with their doctors, and then not having adequate mental and medical care. So we have been inundated with so many requests from so many people. The other thing is, so when we initially applied for this grant, we had a certain staffing that we thought was adequate at the shelter. The shelter's our biggest expenditure on staff because it's 24/7, 365. So at that point, we budgeted for the amount of staff we thought we would need at the rate we were paying them then. After that, the Department of Health and Human Services licensure process has their minimum staffing requirements for any congregate shelter facility has essentially doubled what we are required to have on staff. That means that in the so that means that, like, we would be spending, roughly $300,000 a year on staff if we staff at what they require us. Our current grant was for $171,000. So as you can see, we've ate almost double the cost of staff in the last 2.5 years. We're hoping to rectify that moving forward with the new grant cycle, but there were a lot of needs that we projected for in 2020 with the last grant cycle that world events and local events have basically outstripped what we're able to do. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of where we're at right now. We are in the process of evaluating the organization, renewing our grants, and we think we'll be in a very good place moving forward. But in the interim, we do need assistance with funding. Right now, I think we would like to ask that we could get $25,000 from the county to continue operations and make sure that we're able to meet the demand in our community and continue providing the services that we do. And then any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer. The last slide is my contact information if anybody wants to reach out.
Sorry, I moved away from it.
Oh, it's okay.
Well, Mr. Jetton, we go through a budgeting process every year and budget for the coming year on what our expenditures are going to be. So this would be we'd probably have to talk about this with our finance with our auditor.
Okay.
And discuss what we could possibly do if there's a budget adjustment we could do. I don't know what these two. And one thing I was going to mention too is. As a commission, we've done some grants to like the Southwest Technical College to help with tuition and some things so that we can help some of these folks get out of this cycle of poverty. And we feel really good about that. And I know that's been a success. And that's the whole prize. We can get these people employed and be able to provide for their needs.
Yes, absolutely.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's something we've done and been involved in too. So.
Yeah, I think obviously you guys are an essential service to the community. Because it's outside of our regular budget time, we need to sit down and look at it and figure out our budget. But yeah, you guys do a remarkable job for the community. Can we move this to next commission meeting? Can we move this out 2 weeks and we'll take some time and look at our budget and see what we can do?
Okay.
And it would
that would be my
definitely
recommendation.
budget adjustment at this point in the process. But do you want me to put it on for the next meeting?
Yeah.
Thank you. And if you need any more information in that process, let me know.
Okay.
Data, stats,
I'm going to go ahead and
all
make
that.
a copy of your PowerPoint presentation.
You take anybody can donate to your cause, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
How would they do that?
They can donate through our website. It's
Is it
careandshare-ut.org. It's actually just everything after the @ symbol on my email right there. Or they can come down and see us in person. I'm there
Right there by
generally
the
about 12
cemetery.
hours out of the day. So
North is the cemetery.
Yeah, so it's 222 West, 900 North, so it's right on the north edge of the cemetery. The food pantry is the second to last building on the right-hand side.
And just so you were just barely appointed, correct?
Yep, this is week number 3.
So prior to your appointment, Dane Womack reached out to me.
Mhm.
Did you know about that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I figured you did. Dane reached out as a board member. And we kind of had this same discussion. So,
Right.
And I kind of told him the same thing, that we'd have to talk about it and look at it because it's mid-budget year and such. But I was going to bring that up today with these guys, and then you were on the agenda. So it sounds like
appreciate it.
You and the board are on the same. I mean, you're on the same page, and we'll.
Do you do any fundraisers at all?
Yeah, we have annual dodgeball and an annual golf tournament that are kind of our biggest ones. We've got other, there's the roundup at the grocery stores and, through Walmart and Lynn's. We have food bins out at a lot of the grocery stores. We do grocery rescue through a lot of places. One of the big issues really is that post-COVID, monetary donations have gone down quite a bit, and I don't have the exact numbers on that, but for a while, everything, donations across the board, food, clothing, volunteer services, and monetary donations were way, way down. They're starting to rise again slowly, but and don't quote me on this, but I think last year we were down about $150,000 in monetary donations from previous years. So it's been quite a big hit on our budget between reduced donations and then increased labor costs in order to permanently staff our shelters. So,
and Commissioner Blake, I wonder if we ought to put our heads together too on how to help spread the word on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You've kind of spearheaded several donation efforts, and this is
if
worthy
we
of the
could,
others.
let's see if we can put our heads together and come up with a campaign.
I would love to.
And I've got your contact information. I'll reach out to you later this week.
Okay.
And maybe start that ball rolling if that's all right.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate your work. We'll go to 7, discussion regarding gravel site on county property. Parcel number C-1053 and commercial traffic traveling through the subdivision, Red Canyon Estates.
Good morning, afternoon. Did you guys get the map packet?
What's your name, ma'am?
Oh, Michelle Portalise.
Yeah, he's got it right there. He's putting it in.
And then I gave you guys,
Oh,
you
and
guys
then the
should
hard
have a
copy,
packet
yep. Yep.
with that a map on it. Everyone good?
I'm probably just gonna be like
What's your name, sir, for the record?
This
Joe
is,
Portalise.
Joe? Okay.
I'm going first, but since I'm a little disabled, I had him come up with me, so had a little accident. Okay, so I'll just begin. We live in Red Canyon Estates, and we purchased our properties in 2004. We actually have 2 lots there, and we built our home in 2008. So we're pretty long-term residents in that area. We love it. It's between Summit and Parowan on Old Highway 91, if you're not familiar where that is. We're an HOA community of 14 lots, and we're zoned R5. We have 8.5 homes that are currently built, and we have a community well, and we have common areas. So that's what we use our money for, HOA money, to take care of those things. We're kind of a neighborhood of older people, younger people, children. My grandchildren actually live there. I'm very blessed. We've put our financial investment into our home and our properties, and we feel like we have pride of ownership, take care of them, love living there. The community was built in 1998. It's kind of it's 5 to 14 acre lots. Each lot does have 2 acre feet of water in our private well, and we have utilities, and we're on a county road. There it is.
What do you want me?
That's perfect.
Okay.
You're looking right at our entrance and my house. Now, if you look at your map, maybe, do you have the map on the next one, maybe?
Let me.
It's down there like 4 or 5, I think. I couldn't move it. I don't know. There it is.
Yeah. That's the same map you have. If you look, you can see our parcels there on the left side, our 14 parcels. And then if you look to the right, there's some other parcels. There
And
is
on
a,
this map, north is.
maybe you can point.
Yeah, absolutely.
This line, this is 14 in the subdivision.
Go over more. It's the solid black line.
Yeah, the solid black line, yeah. But what I'm saying is that on this side are the 20-acre parcels. Where it says windmill, just right above that is our community well. That helps you out.
Does that make sense? Anyway, I don't know exactly. It's the darkest line that goes. You can see.
I highlighted, that's the Prairie Dog Preserve right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then straight across Vista Road is the mine site. I'm trying to circle that too.
Okay. So I'm talking about the border right now between the 20, there are 20 acre parcels sections there. There is a fence there that separates those. I don't know anything about those sections. Honestly, I've been told different things by the county, what they're zoned and what they are. But the fence that's there that separates the two of us has always had, so the man that grazes the sheep there, Randy Lister, he had the grazing rights for both sides. So there was a little ranch gate to get the sheep back and forth, to move them back and forth. That's the only thing that's ever been between the two properties, between the 20 acres and our subdivision.
You're not talking on the northeast part over here, right?
Yeah, can I walk over there?
Yeah.
I'm talking about this line right here.
You can actually see the well there. Yeah, there you go.
So right here, there's been just a little ranch gate. Like I said, we used it. I used it to ride my horses. He and I both used it to move sheep since he had grazing rights on both sides. To my knowledge, all those parcels on that side are grazing, what do they call it? Grazing permitted. Okay?
Greenbelt.
Greenbelt. There we go. And some of ours are as well. So in the late fall of 2022, someone, if you look at your map, bought lot 1, and I think I highlighted it, lot 1, and it's close to a 20 acre parcel. And he purchased it as a greenbelt parcel and signed such, paying his $15 in taxes. It became apparent early on that was not what it was going to be used for. He cut the fence and he built a 15-foot gate and fence, a new fence, locked the gate with no trespassing signs and access to any of those properties. He started turning that into a construction business, and the access to that gate was through our easements. And if you look on your map, lot 12 and 14, is it 12 and 14? Yeah, the easements for those two properties, he was driving over that with his heavy equipment and all of his construction. So in other words, instead of using his own access, which I'm going to point to again.
Do we have a pointer?
You got it.
Don, do we have a pointer?
He's pointing with the cursor.
You'd never know I was a teacher. I've been retired a few years. Anyway,
Does it work on the?
TV.
It doesn't work on the screen
Green
though.
ones do better than the red, but
I guess it.
I'll do
doesn't
my
work.
best to point it out.
anyway, so that piece of property that he purchased has its own access, but he says the county gave him permission to come down our county roads and drive through our easements and go through this new gate that he's created. So that's why I'm here. That's a huge concern for us. We now have construction traffic on our road, employees driving on our road, and parking down by our well. It's been very compatible in our neighborhood. The police have been called on many occasions because people have been cut off. They've been tried to run over. It's just not a good situation. Now it appears there's a motocross track there, so now we're getting motorcycle traffic as well. So my concern here today is, why did the county allow them access to that property through our neighborhood? We pay over $20,000 a year in taxes in our neighborhood. We're a nice community. We keep it up. This has pretty much destroyed the property values in our neighborhood as well as our lifestyle. We can't even get in our road sometimes because there's tractors there. So anyway, I'm asking you today if you would help us keep that closed. It's always been closed. It's been closed for 25 years. He bought it knowing it was closed. So I'm asking you that you would please support that decision.
Reed?
Oh, any questions for me?
Reed, do you have any input on this?
Or
You want to get up and?
That whole gate and fence have been there for 25 years.
If anybody would care to drive out there and look at this thing from more than 100 feet.
pull it down low. There you go.
Sorry.
Right there.
Yeah.
There is a photo of if you go on the photos, you can look at it.
Sorry, now I've got
My
about 8
photos,
things
yeah.
open, yeah. You talking about this?
Go back, southern Utah paving, or whatever you're calling it. Go back one more, maybe. One more. There.
Oh, it was forward. I'm sorry. I saw it on the one screen.
There it is.
So there's the new gate, the new fence, and of course the sign as well. And you can see he's gravelled a road and made his own entrance. Now, of course, I guess when he bought the property, someone must have told him he owned, or maybe the county's told him he's owned all that. So that is now his. He's got a lock on it. The traffic comes through our neighborhood, however, to access that, and rather than through his entrance.
And literally, with the mine site just above us, they're coming down that thing with heavy equipment. Other day a dozer, D8 size dozer, steel tracked.
And that easement belongs to Red Canyon Estates, to our knowledge. We've always had that. This is an HOA community that was created, and that is an easement for our Red Canyon Estates.
The well's right there. That's why.
So
I'm going to let Joe take over unless you have a question for me.
So this is the the official recorded subdivision plat, and kind of.
Best of our knowledge, this is all correct information.
To your.
But we've been given varying information as to the zoning and this and that of those properties, so I can't verify that. I'm just telling you what I know.
Well, I can speak to just this little bit, which is the owner's dedication right here. Hutchins.
Yes.
Dedicated the roads and easements. And then on the plat, it clarifies these are roads with names And this bit that you were referring to is a right-of-way easement.
On people's property, right?
Yeah, and so it's not a dedicated road in terms of the subdivision. That's all I can say with clarity from that. But while you were talking, I wanted to pull up that official.
Yeah,
plan.
exactly. You're correct. It's been an easement that was used to move sheep or whatever to and from the other properties. Never used as a road, and I've owned the property for 20 years.
And you guys own lot 9, correct?
We own lot 7 and lot 4.
My son owns 9, we own 7 and 4.
Okay. And lot 12, does the easement?
They're here.
So lot 12 and lot 14, the easement is along that boundary line between their two.
Yes, and she's here. She'll be speaking
Lot
next.
14 had a prior engagement in Las Vegas, so he was going to try and make it. Obviously, he has it. We have people that didn't come because spring break.
Yeah.
And
I'll let you roll.
3 of them live out of state. So, any more questions for Michelle?
I think we need some clarification from
Maybe we
from our
can-
staff.
As we keep, from the
that'd be
staff
great.
too, yeah. We do too. That's why we're here.
That's what.
It's been volatile, I'm telling you. The cops have been probably there every day for the last 2 weeks, and
What
that's
did
not
they
a-
do? I mean,
There's been disputes over going property lines. You're not on my property. Well, you're on my property. You close. He's sitting in the middle of the road. You can't get down the road. Just things like that are not good.
You
So,
think I
I'm
could
sorry,
just go? Do you think I could just go ahead and present mine real quick, because that's when the county's going to want to probably talk about what's
Okay,
going on.
go ahead.
Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks. My name's Joe Portalise. I live with my wife.
That's
At
good.
1061 South Vista Road. The reason we are attending this today is because we feel our community is not being protected or represented by Iron County or its employees. Several of the Iron County codes and ordinances and also state laws are not being upheld or enforced by your employees. We as a community we're suffering the consequences. The community concerns are in regard to the property located on northwest of Vista Road, that lot that we're already talking about. I have notified both with email and verbally the county that this situation is a safety issue for our residents, and I've also reiterated that to the county sheriff, since we've been in contact with him quite a few times here this last time, that this thing's not getting better. It's escalating. And I told them at that time, hey guys, I'm afraid this is, going to turn violent. I said, hey, I might be the zookeeper, but I'm not in charge of the animals. So, just so I told anybody that would listen to me. The properties in question is zoned R5. Zoning is currently, there's talk of rezoning it to A20. You can check with staff on that. I don't know what's going on. The property and the business owner is storing his construction equipment and potentially hazardous materials in an unsecured tent, which the county approved after the fact. This gentleman doesn't bother getting permits. He does it on the weekend. He does it on the weekend and then begs for forgiveness. It's a prairie dog protected area. He cleared 20 acres in a weekend. Now there's a motorcycle track out there as of yesterday. Okay. It's an unsecured tent, which the county approved after the fact, on property adjacent to our community and our well. The equipment and byproducts from this paving construction business are stored there. The county is trying to tell us it's agricultural equipment. A visit to the site will reveal ride-on power trowels, cement forms, paving roller, curb and gutter machine, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you go through those pictures, you'll see that's just a couple of them. There's 1,000 pictures you want. Those are taken from our well site, less than 100 feet away from the wellhead. Additionally, the owner has no access to water, restroom facilities, or power, storing his construction materials and having his employees work out of this property. In order to save time, I'll only read the violated codes that I just went through the codes and ordinances, and I got a couple of them here that cover pretty much everything. The one is 8.04.040, an unsecured, unoccupied building. Whenever an unoccupied building is not properly secured and enclosed, the fire chief or his deputy shall immediately visit the premise, notify the owner or person having control of the same forthwith to secure it and close the same. And the person so notified as aforehand shall within 48 hours comply. It's happening right now. Nooses injures or endangers the comfort, repose, health, or safety of others, essentially interferes with the comfortable enjoyment of life or property, and tends to depreciate the value of the property. That's going to be noted on both the mine site and this. I'll let the neighbors speak to that. I'm up above it, so we just get the traffic. The property owner is driving his vehicles, heavy equipment, plus employee and service vehicles on residential roads. Because of the type of traffic, we no longer feel safe to let our grandkids ride their bikes or walk up unless we're out there on the road to get them. At the last commission meeting, which I attended, the commissioners were very concerned about the winter water runoff and potential flooding during the upcoming monsoon season, just as you guys were today. Yet at the same time, the county suddenly issues a contract to the same contractor that we're having a dispute with, a milling mining operation above our homes without obtaining the proper permits to protect us. I called the state to see if there was a stormwater protection plan. That's my house is like 400 feet from this thing, it's directly above it. There wasn't one on file on the 26th. I don't know if there's been one yet, but you're supposed to have that before you start. It just behooves me that how can the county be above state law? There's no emergency situation where you can preclude that. It's just crazy. Iron County I feel, is just continuing to devalue our property. They raised our taxes 30% this year. I don't know about the other people there in the neighborhood, but ours went up 30%, telling me I got $1 million home. Would any of you people want to move next to a mine site, a dump site, and a prairie dog farm? Because all that's happened to me in the last, 4 years? I think Mr. Bleak was on that.
I was around for the prairie dogs.
Right, with the prairie dog deal, you were, right?
Yeah.
So you remember that. Something else strange happened yesterday, Easter Sunday. Evidently, Easter Sunday, we had a county truck come out, drive in, inspect that, and drive out. If I tried to do that when this thing was starting, and then it says, the county road offices are basically Monday through Friday, right? They're closed, but somehow someone got out there to check this out. I don't know if the police requested it or I don't know what happened there. But anyway, I feel that the irresponsibility from the parties involved on this mine site and this traffic it's just irresponsible. People doing this, it's both, to me, it's both county employees and the contractor. I don't know who's liable for getting those permits or doing whatever they're doing. And anyway, I'm going to just read this last part. We ask you to review our concerns and not make the situation any worse than it already is. The mental stress, insecurity, use of property, comfortable enjoyment of life, not to mention the loss of our investment, is going to be unrepairable. Most of our concerns can be resolved if the county would just lock the gate at the end of the road and the property in question. No access from either side except for emergency traffic. That's going to stop these things from happening when altercations, blocked road, mud on the road. I mean, it's ridiculous. We've had county employees tell us, well, if we can drive a county truck on there, how do you expect us to? A county truck comes through. Rarely. The trash man comes once a week. That's the heaviest vehicle we get in there, except for a few horse trailers going in and out. This is daily. This is constant. Okay. This will address the traffic and other conflicts with the subdivision residents. There is an established ingress egress off of Old Highway 91. I would like to just say thank you to the Iron County sheriffs because they responded when my wife fell and broke her arm, and they've also responded to this stuff. I don't know. There was no incident reports taken, and I asked about doing an incident report, and they told me I could fill out some form or whatever. So I don't know if you guys checked in with them. I guess you'd find the calls, and if you were interested in that. You're also, if you're interested in seeing any other pictures, Neighbors have several. I have some too. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Could you tell us your name?
Yes, my name is Kim Langston, and I live in Lot 12. And I'm a homeowner in the Red Canyon Estates. We're a private HOA community, and with rules and regulations. These rules, we cannot park on the road, and we're responsible for the upkeep of our landscaping. And if anyone's within our boundaries, they're also liable to respect that community. The destruction I'm encountering, no one should have to go through. Dumping debris over the fence into my yard. They're dumping rocks within the wash, which is now diverting the flow of water when it's coming down. I have to clean this up, and it's not right. There's a shared fence line between the three properties. The one on the well, mine, the one on the well is Lot 14, mine is 12, and of course the new owner across in the 20-acre parcels. With this, it was a gate less than 40 inches, or I would say about 40 inches, give or take. And without permission, the fence was tore down and the gate was put up. And it's a 20-foot gate. My husband's in construction. We went down and checked it out. This is to allow semi-trucks with trailers, large construction equipment and materials. No one asked permission to make any alterations whatsoever. And that's basically a violation against us. When we asked the county about it, it was, he has that right to do so, and we don't have a right to question, basically. Now, the property next to mine is not in our HOA. It is not in our subdivision. And from the information I've been given, this is residential zoning. And it looks like a construction yard. There is a dirt bike track now that is right next to I-15, which is concerning. Now, we do live in $1 million housing community, and I purchased my home 18 months ago. The documents and the plot map from the recorder's office clearly stated my home is in a closed, private HOA. It's one of the reasons I bought it. Now, you can take this is our privacy that's been taken away from us, and we have the right to quiet living. And this is the 20-acre parcel. They have accommodations and access to their property with another road that is on Highway 91. My documents that I received, Vista Road is the entrance to our HOA department, or our HOA area, excuse me. And it shows it does stop at Wildwood Lane. And the easement begins at that point into the front of the well. This is an easement between Lot 12 and Lot 14. And this is shared access and a well access to get in and out. And if something is changed, eminent domain, when and where was my notification? And if so, there's got to be payment for the purchase. So if you've changed our status, meaning that the closed and private community, we'd like to know the date it took place. I cannot locate any new public records being recorded. And why was we not consulted that you're changing our livelihood and our status, how we live? In the last 45 days, my home values have dropped over $50,000. And the reason we know this, we're realtors. We may have been in Nevada, but we still know how to look up that information. And I'm not sure how you can strip my rights away and destroy my life investment when there's laws and ordinances that protect us. We've just been told directly that they want to be the nice guy, and we've got to enforce our rules. Now, all I'm asking is for everybody to help put this community back to the way it was, being closed and private. The previous owner of this 20-acre parcel did not access our roads whatsoever. He accessed the roads off of the other entrance off of Highway 91. And when the new owner purchased this information...
Where's that at? Is that right here? Is there a road here? Where's that road that you're talking about? The other access?
This access road, let's see.
So he's accessing this. Where's the other access?
It actually physically comes around. From here, there's a second easement from the gate.
But from 91, is there another access over here?
Yes,
Paul,
there
it's right
is.
there. It's marked.
Right here?
There, if you look up on the map, he's pointing it right there, see?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That easement goes right away there.
Okay, okay. All right.
Double livestock gate.
Okay.
Okay, and when he purchased this property, this showed two subdivisions, two separate entrances, both independent from each other. And we want to keep it that way. Just because it's not developed doesn't mean that's our problem when he made that purchase. This property also, if it was sold on false pretenses, it's not our responsibility to do due diligence. And we shouldn't be forced to accommodate this. And we're asking for your help to put us back the way we were so we can stop this feud. Is there any questions for me?
No.
Thank you.
I don't think so. Thank you.
Rich, did you want to say something? No? Okay.
We got another.
Okay.
Good morning. And I too like the new fence around the fairgrounds. I don't know how you got that done, but it's awesome. I'd like to have it around my house. Anyway, I bought my ground in...
What's your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Craig Wolfley. I live on lot 11 in the Red Canyon subdivision. I bought that 5 going on 6 years ago for just under $500,000. You guys sent me a tax bill last year for over $800,000 on the same property. I thought that was terrible, and then I thought again, that's wonderful. I might have to sell it one day. I expect now it's gone down considerably. We have a prairie dog farm on one side for half a mile. We have a county gravel pit on the other side that you saw pictures of it blowing in the wind here. We have now a construction site on the north side with a race park for bikes and motorcycles. He has a tent there for equipment that is blown down now once and almost twice. He doesn't even try to keep doors on anymore. The wind just blows through. So now instead of a tent, it's like a culvert turned on its side. But my concern is that my grandchildren and great-grandchildren used to come out and ride my four-wheeler around on the roads there in the subdivision and feel safe. They used to come out in the wintertime and sled on the little hill that we have there. I bought that thinking that I've lived in 3 places in my life. I spent 35 years in Straw Valley, Wyoming. I spent 30 years in Moapa, Nevada. Neither one are fit to live year-round. Wyoming can't be lived in the wintertime. Moapa can't be lived in the summertime. This is just right. We get enough winter, you can appreciate summer. Summer's not so bad, you can't make it through the winters, so it's awesome. I have 3 families of children that live in Moapa, one in Panguitch, one in Fremont, and one in Cedar. So this was the ideal place to kind of be in between. I planned on being forever. When I came out to buy the place, I didn't go in the house. I walked the parameter of lot 11. I went through the shop. I walked around the outside of the house. I went to the front door and I made them an offer. And the lady said, "Don't you want to see the inside of the house?" And I said, "No, it'll be fine." Because what I was buying wasn't a house. I was buying a situation. I was buying space. I was buying quiet. I was buying clean. No dust. No traffic. Few neighbors and far between. And good neighbors. An HOA that was livable. I plan on staying there for the rest of my life. I might not be able to now because it's a different place than it used to be in the last 2 or 3 months. The traffic not only is all day long, but last night we had, now that the motocross track has been built, last night we had motorcycles down there on it until dark. And if you've ever heard those things, they're wonderful. My sons wrote them, my grandsons write them. And you got that wonderful sound there, "Arr, arr, arr," as you come up to the hill, and then you let go to dive off. But you know, when you're out on your back porch for the first day of the year that you can actually be out there in the evening, trying to talk with somebody, and that's all you can hear, it's not so darn fun anymore. I feel like that you guys inadvertently have allowed my way of life to go to the toilet. I mean, it is not what I thought it was going to be and what it was for the first 5.5 years there. I love it there. I'd like to stay there. I hope I can. And I hope you will help me to fix it back like it was. If this person had no access other than ours, I would sit down and shut up and just whine to myself. But when I know that he's got another access on the other end of the property that he used and knew before he moved in and bought it, that's a different story. How he's allowed to build what he's done on his farm, I don't understand. But I, for one, would love to have you guys help us back to where we were, the quality of life that we used to enjoy, and that we plan on enjoying for years to come if we can. Thank you.
Why, sir, Craig, why haven't they used this other access for their property? Is there a reason?
My guess would be because it's been wintertime and it's been kind of muddy.
Okay.
So rather than fixing it so that they could use it year-round, they decided to use ours because ours has been fixed already.
There's not a residence on that property. It's just being used for.
No, just the big tent.
Okay.
And the I want to say construction trash, but I don't want to say that either because all of it isn't. Some of it's good stuff.
Have you talked to these folks?
I dare some because I have a short temper and I see what's happened with the other neighbors that have talked to him.
But the others that
I don't want to do that.
haven't done well.
Yeah, several of our neighbors have talked to him, and it's a closed thing right off. In fact, the first time, I probably shouldn't say this, but I will. Because one of my neighbors, when he first got the place, first thing he did is took a blade there and bladed off the entire 20 acres. And we're concerned about that because some of the people in our subdivision have done that on parts of acres. And when spring comes, all you grow is tumbleweed. And then everyone grows tumbleweed. And so that one of our neighbors went down and told him, "You realize all you've done here is planted 20 acres of tumbleweeds." And he said, "Oh no, I'm going to put grass on it and do a dry farm." Well, that weekend the wind blew for 2 days, and for 2 days I could not see Langstroms across the subdivision from me because of the dirt from that piece in the air. One of our residents went down and asked him, "Did you get a prairie dog permit for this? Did you get a dust permit?" He says, "I don't have to. I know people." Now, kind of looks like maybe he was right and he was honest. I don't know. But it sure isn't the kind of a place I thought he was moving into. Any other questions? Appreciate your time and your concern. I hope you appreciate ours.
Yes,
Thank you.
we do.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments on this agenda item? Okay. All right. Any comments from staff? Okay, go ahead, Rich.
So I was first aware of this around March 20th when I received a phone call, and on the 21st I received an email. And the discussion there was just road access and who had access to the road. And from my brief review and from statements made, that road has now been turned over and is on the county maintenance schedule. So it is a county road. And with that, it means until we do other things, the restricted access it's a public road. It's open to the public. And so
Does that include the little tail end of the right-of-way easement as well?
Well, as you read right there, what does it say again?
The owner's dedication?
Yeah.
Yeah, to hereby certify that it is our intention to subdivide the property into lot, streets, and easements as shown on the plat of Red Canyon Estates, and to hereby dedicate to the perpetual use of the public all streets and easements shown on this plat.
Right. And so the first concern was the gate, which I discussed with Michelle about that if that was an open access gate and had been open for all these years, that it was a public road by use. I've subsequently received a survey which shows that it was intended to be a road, had always been intended to be a road, and that's that loop road. So what's happened in the interim is we have scheduled, as you know, we meet twice a month to talk about these type of issues because we have a process to go through. We feel that it's best that we follow our process each and every time, that we don't do one-offs and make decisions in the interim until our staff has met, discussed those things. So my portion of this is that a public road, and are we, as the county, supporting that continual use of a public road through the loop? Now, how we might support that and still support this community would perhaps put restrictions on the road, no parking in the road type of things, signage, because these are 20-acre lots, or even the homes here. There isn't really a need for anyone to park on the road. I have been down there and observed that there are people that have parked at the end of the road in the easement area. I don't know for what purposes, but we have not had that staff meeting. We've not been able to have it. So rather than rushing a process, I've been waiting to have the process take hold as it pertains to the public road and this public right of way. So that's all I have for this portion. Yeah.
Terry.
Terry Palmer.
Terry Palmer, Iron County Building Official, Zoning Administrator. We have been in discussion with some of the homeowners from Red Canyon.
Okay.
I appreciate their discussions. We have not left them out. We have talked to them. We are aware of the issues going on. We are aware of the motocross track that come to my attention Saturday night at midnight, come to my attention Sunday when I went on over to site. So yes, let you know, I am the one
that come through.
I am aware of 99.9% of what is going on in that area. We have been in contact with the owner. We have cited him under the zoning ordinance for several violations. We are working with him on what is going on. As far as the road issue, that will be another issue, as our county engineer says, that will be discussed as far as that. We have seen what the subdivision plat reads as far as road access to the public. So we are working with them. It's not been ignored. They have not been ignored. We have still been working with the complaints that as they come in. We know that it's been a difficult situation with the landowner in discussion to get in contact with him to bring it to a head and get things addressed and taken care of. Now, as far as the gravel pit across the road, that has been a gravel pit longer than I've been with Iron County, and I've been here shy of 28 years now. So it has been a gravel pit for Iron County. It had been dormant for a while. We do have a contract, and the contract was in place before the owner bought this property that now is in question as to what is going on. So that one is going to be a separate issue for the gravel pit and the dust control there. We need to look at, yes, but it is a separate issue from the roads and the property that is on the northeast corner of Red Canyon Estates. So we are addressing it. We are trying to work with him to get him to see what we can get taken care of, to let him know that we are working with him. As a building and zoning department, we have visited with Red Canyon owners there. We are very mindful of what they have. We know their houses. I've inspected just about every house there. I've been through every house that's in that subdivision. I know what they have, and I appreciate their concern for their area. So we are working with that to let you know that we have a zoning officer that has been there several times to watch and keep track of things, so he knows what we got going on. So we will be in contact with our county attorney's office to see what route we need to go after this discussion, and we are directed as to where we want to go. So we are addressing issues and trying to take care of them.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Can I ask Terry a question real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, Terry, when, like, this weekend, okay, they run a bulldozer, crossed over the asphalt road with it, I have video, goes down in there, starts that. Did he have permits to do that grading and script, or did he have a prairie dog? Because the prairie dog thing is April 1. I got to call in right now to get my new one.
That prairie dog, no. That prairie dog clearance is a prairie dog clearance for that property. As long as it's been active and stayed active, it's not gone dormant. So he has had it cleared. To what extent?
But don't they make me get one every April 1st.
If you are starting to build new projects on your property, yes. But his was cleared a couple months ago for him to clear. And it's not quit, as it's been said, he has not quit clearing his property.
So, but he didn't have that permit and he got it after the fact. I don't know if there was a fine for that. What happens, but.
That is with the Division of Natural Resources.
Yeah.
So they are the ones that address that with him.
Okay.
That's,
We have questions too, if that's possible. I have a question for Richard, if I could. You and I met Richard, we talked.
Could you come up to the mic, ma'am? Thank you.
When
might as well come on up.
I hope you weren't. I hope you didn't use me to make a road there, because when you and I met, I told you I ride my horse over there. And so you had me sign an affidavit that I ride my horse over there. And is that why now you're saying now that's a road because I ride my horse over there?
What I understood was you were concerned about public access.
I was concerned about riding my horse over there at that time.
Which
That
is
was-
public access.
Which was prior to.
And so that was when that was raised. Yes. The answer to your question is yes.
You did
If
use
that
me.
is a
Okay.
public road, then it is a public road by use.
A
May not be
livestock,
a
is the livestock road the same as a public road?
If the public uses a road, it's a public road.
But we're
And you are
using
the
it to move
public if you're
livestock.
not the owner.
Okay, but that is grazing property, so we are using that property to move animals back and forth. That is not, I don't see how that, those, if you look, those are zoning, great, grazing zone. So of course we need our horses to get sheep back and forth. So how am I being penalized that now this has to be a road?
Now it's gotta be a 16-foot, 60-foot easement?
See, I'm not interpreting what you asked me as to why you asked me. Sam, would you like to weigh in?
On what?
On a public road. If the public is using the road for any purpose, foot traffic, horseback riding, bike riding.
I think that's a reasonable argument to make. There's a lot of factors that can point you to the state code that governs public road by use, but that's we haven't met to discuss that, whether it meets all the criteria for that. I think you using it with your horse might be an indicator, but not a sole factor.
Yeah, because that's graze. See, so Randy Lister grazes both sides. So there needed to be access to both sides for the sheep. So actually, I built the gate. Randy and I built the gate. It was just a small gate to get our horses and our sheep back and forth. And so when I went to Richard, my concern was now this guy has totally closed this off. So we have no access to get our animals back and forth. If we get an animal out, that is all grazing area. So now I feel like he's saying, oh, well, now it's going to be a road because you told me that. So he had an affidavit on that. I'm feeling like I'm being used right now.
No, I think that would just be one of the factors that we would consider in determining whether or not that's a public road by use. Again, your use of that alone would not be the sole factor in deciding whether or not that's
Thank you. And did I understand it right that you guys did take that easement? So now that road is because I know our road in our neighborhood is a county road, and we gave that to the county in 2017 to maintain because my husband and I had been maintaining it up to that point. In fact, we've put $5,000 into asphalt in that road because we needed to have access to our well and to our homes. So we, out of our HOA community, put $5,000 or $6,000, I don't know what, Joe, $6,000 into asphalt on that road. Yeah, and then in 2017, we decided we were getting too old. We couldn't maintain it anymore. We asked Steve Platt if he would take over the maintenance of that county road, and he said yes if you give me $2,000. So we gave him $2,000 to take over maintenance of that county road. So now we have snow plowing, and once a year we get grading. But that road never went that way. It went down Vista, and then it turned to Sunflower. So that part that we're talking about has never been a county road. Which is how they're accessing this property that they purchased.
That's how we accessed our well, that's why that is there to get to there. So what ends up happening is this guy comes in, has the property, tears down the little gate, puts in, 16 or 20 foot gate, and starts driving through there, and he says, the county said it's fine. I said, oh, by the way, I'm locking this up, and you guys can't get in because you can't come on.
Yeah, so we have no access for horses, sheep, whatever, but he's got all the access in the world to our neighborhood and our roads. And so our question is
locked?
It is locked with his lock, yes. And if you're going to talk about easement, on his side, his easement, which was a road, is now private property, he has told me. So he has his equipment on that road, and we're not allowed to go there.
So, you know, it's like, what's going on here? How come we're the ones paying taxes?
They need to make some clarification.
He pays $14 a year in taxes. We paid over $20,000. I feel like someone should listen to us.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts here.
Yes, there is. And that's why we came to you, because we're frustrated, as you can tell in my voice. I broke my arm because my horses have been spooky with all the heavy equipment on the road, the mining pit above me. You know, life has not been good for us for the last month. I'm going to be honest with you. And we're coming to you, pleading to you to please help us. We're getting answers from the county, which are here and there and everywhere. No one seems to give us the straightforward answer. And that's all we're asking for here.
Right.
And to get our community
And
back.
Rich talked about our county engineer talked about a process, and sounds like they're working.
And I know they're meeting tomorrow. He told me that. I appreciate that
we
they're
appreciate you
meeting.
bringing it forward to us.
We do, and we appreciate that they're meeting and discussing it, but we wanted to share what we were feeling prior to that meeting.
And thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate you
Oh,
coming.
Thank you for your time.
And we appreciate you guys bringing it forward so that the commission has that the commission's aware of it, and we can be involved in that process with our staff moving forward. And you know, this is the first time I've been aware of the issue, so
I'm
it's-
sure, yeah.
So
Myself,
it's
too.
no, I mean I sincerely appreciate you bringing it to our attention.
Well, thank you for listening to us, because you can tell we're all just frustrated. We love it there. We don't want to leave. Not that we could sell our homes now anyway, but we really would like to die there. That's
Sure.
our goal.
Well,
So,
we'll be involved in the process moving forward. And
thank you.
And
Appreciate it.
Regards to the gravel pit, I mean, that pit's been there a
We
long
know
time.
the gravel pit was there when
Sounds
we.
like there could be some dust control issues.
Yeah, that was the only thing. I called the county one day, or my neighbor did, who's here. She doesn't want to speak, but she called the county and asked about the dust and was told, you better be quiet. If you start complaining, it's going to get worse. I'm just going to be honest with you. If you'd like a name, I'd be glad to give it to you, but unless you ask, I won't. So
we
have not been treated fairly in that either.
One thing, we have to have several gravel pits throughout the county for.
We understand that. We know we can't stop
the gravel
that.
pit they typically use in Parowan. We're going to start allowing some recharge to go into that, because these gravel pits are conducive to that process, and so they need other options for gravel, and they so
100% understand that.
Right.
That isn't the problem with it. What the problem is that I come to the meeting, okay, and I said, we got this gravel pit right above my house. It's like right above my house. So I talked to some people that have information about this kind of stuff, and they said, when did it start up? And I told them, well, it started up right after we started complaining.
Well, it's been there.
And that's what it looked like to me. That's what it looked like to me.
It's
Then-
been there for years and years.
Oh, no,
the
it was
gravel
there for,
pit. You
I got
knew
a
that.
picture of 3 bull elk standing on the old pile.
Well,
When we built
But it
our
was-
house.
When we
Yeah.
built our house.
Right.
I know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the problem of it. I just want to make sure with the stormwater runoff, it ain't coming down through my, I'm serious, we're 400, please drive by on the way back. We're 400 feet from that thing.
Right.
You know, and why didn't they get a permit? I mean, it's a pretty simple thing. I mean, everybody that does that kind of stuff
And it's like
goes through that process.
It's like I told Bruce, if you would just communicate with us. I mean, he was very cordial. I explained everything to me. I basically said, could somebody communicate with us? How long is this going to be? What's going on here? I mean, all of a sudden it appears overnight no one has given us as neighbors any information. That's all we're asking. Really, that's all we're asking. Because you know how it is. If you know something's happening, you can live with it.
Sure.
If you know it's going to be 6 months, 7 months, a year, you're like, okay, I can live with this. But if you are just shot down when you call and told to stop complaining, it's always been a gravel pit. No, it's always been a storage yard for dirt. It's never been a gravel mine. So that's just what we're asking. And I'm sorry that we got off track there, but that's just my response to that.
Right.
Thank you for your time.
You bet.
All right. So I'll answer your question. No, I did not punish you for bringing the road to my attention. I would have done the same thing when anyone else told me that they had access to a road and were no longer being allowed to use the road. That's where I took what you said and said that was a public access, and I wanted to protect the public's access to that road, or that road. So it wasn't you, and it wasn't a response, but when someone comes and calls our office and asks, hey, somebody's thrown a gate up on a road we've been using for 20 years, then we want to go through the process and maintain public access.
I'm sorry to come up again. I do have some issues here pertaining to the gravel pit.
Oh, could you tell us your name one more time?
My name is Kim Langston. The gravel pit is not obtaining water. Every gravel pit around the county has a water truck to maintain the dust. They have a water barrel. Okay? That's one. The construction that they are doing in the property, they're there at 5 a.m. in the morning until almost 11 o'clock at night. The ordinances for the state of Utah, Monday through Friday, is 7 to 7. On weekends, it's 8 to 7. That needs to also be done. It's in the middle of the night, for the Lord's sake. Also, as with the county, I've been advised that this issue is not going to be resolved for over 2 years. This is too long to go on.
2 years?
Oh, Joe told me that. So, I'm just concerned.
In Joe's defense, he did not say 2 years. He says it's going to take some time.
Yeah, and government
All of
does
these
move
land
slowly,
use,
like we
as
all
we've
know.
dealt with before, take time. It's not been told 2 years. We says it will take some time. We've spent more man hours on this than most of my other projects right now at this point. So we've been in touch with the county attorney's office several times to talk about what needs to be done and what route we want to go. So we will not drop it. We will stay on top of this to keep things moving, to try to get it taken care of and address these issues.
Okay. Thanks to everybody involved.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
All right, item number 8, discussion and possible approval of an application for an industrial protection area, the Comstock Industrial Protection Area, in accordance with Utah Code 17-41, and recommendation from the Iron County Planning Commission and the Iron County Industrial Protection Area Advisory Board. And the property located within the section as described in the agenda. Applicant is Utah Iron and presented by Reed Erickson.
John, can you put me on?
Yeah, give me 2 shakes here.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
We are here with this item back on the agenda from the previous 2 weeks where we just had a public hearing and took input on this. And so we want to get a decision today because the 120 days will expire in a couple of days. And the statute specifically says that if the county doesn't act on it, then it automatically gets approved. So we want to make sure we take action on this today.
Okay.
Part of the concern, and I'll just give just a brief review and history on this project. The applicant, of course, is Utah Iron. They submitted a request, and I'll just pull up some maps here, abbreviated. This was the first map that we sent out to adjacent property owners.
Ray, just like Terry, could you guys take that outside? Thank you.
Adjacent property owners and property owners within the proposed area were sent a notification. 15 days, they had an opportunity to comment for 15 days prior to it going to the advisory board and the planning commission. So we took those comments that we received up to that point. When the applicant first brought in their request, it reflected, and maybe I can just, it reflected the properties in, let's see, reflected the properties just in the green and the blue outline. So their application was the properties that are represented in the green are all of the properties that they own in their entirety. In other words, 100% ownership. The properties in blue that they also applied for. So their application reflected all of the properties in the blue, all of these properties. Those are the undivided interest properties for which they have an undivided interest. Some of those properties they own 3%, some of them they own 80%. You know, we've had quite a few discussions about how it works with undivided interest, and there's no good answer to that. We all agree that's the worst ownership there is. I mean, it's really difficult to know how to approach those properties. So As the Planning Commission and staff, when we first got the application, we reviewed the statute, saw what it does and what it represents. We thought that it was an opportunity to take a look at the area there and say, can we use this as a planning tool to include some additional properties that would emphasize the importance of industrial use out in that area as a planning tool and as an economic development tool. So I met with Danny Stewart, and as staff and our staff, we met and talked about it and determined that it would make sense to take a look at that, and made a proposal for a larger area there that was reflected in the map that was sent out in the original letter. So the areas that was outlined in the purple here was the boundary that we proposed, because it included their application properties as well as other infill properties that were kind of in between the applicant's ownership. And so as we've gone through discussions and had different interests, the Planning Commission and the Advisory Board recommended this map, which included the areas in blue as well as in the areas in green, and as well as some additional properties that go beyond that are kind of up against other federal land and other areas as we took a look at that. So I think there's been a lot of confusion as to what this does and doesn't do. We had a lot of questions early on, and people saying they didn't want their property rezoned, they didn't want their property included. I'd ask them why, and they said, well, because I want to be able to continue to do what I've always done on the property, which it can do. There's no restriction with this, with the putting it in an industrial protection area doesn't restrict the property in any way. The granting of an industrial protection area, similar to an agricultural protection area, is simply the granting of additional considerations and provisions that the property doesn't currently have. Those really fall into three primary areas. One is that the county cannot rezone the property or change the zoning regulations on the property without the property owner's consent. That's probably number one. The second thing is that it helps with nuisance claims because it recognizes that as long as they're operating under normal practices, that it's not on its face a nuisance. And then the third thing is that it provides a notification provision that anybody who subdivides within 1,000 feet of a protection area then has to put on their plat specific language that says they recognize that this property is within 1,000 feet of a protection area. So it really does those three things. And so I've read the statutes numerous times, 1741 state statute. I doubt there's anybody that's read them more times than I have, and going through and seeing really what the provisions are, what the pros and the cons are, what the detriments are to adjacent properties, what the detriment are to properties that are included in it. And it really comes down to the challenge of understanding the undivided interest for the most part, I think. It's does a property owner who has an undivided interest have as much right to apply to have something done with the property as a person who doesn't want to have anything done with it? Whose rights? And that's a really difficult challenge. So here we are today. The commission asked that I provide a couple of different alternatives that we can look at. Alternative one, so the recommended alternative, the one we're looking at now, is the one that was recommended by the Planning Commission and the Advisory Board. Alternate one takes the just includes the properties that were owned. This is the original application. This one just reflects the properties that are owned in part or in whole by the applicant. That's all this one does. This one did not include any other properties of anyone else besides the ownership, undivided and entire ownership. So that's what this one reflects. The alternative two was removed all of the properties that anyone who had their entire ownership or a partial ownership that didn't want to be in it was removed. So alternative 2 does not include any properties of anyone who did not want to be in it, whether they owned entire or a part. That only includes properties that were without anyone saying, I don't want to be in it. And then alternative 3 was an abbreviated version of alternative 2 in that it excluded some properties down on this end that are in blue, but were around the periphery of the area that could shrink that area up more to where the uses are actually occurring and a larger majority of their 100% ownership. So I think that in a previous discussion we had, this reflects the one that Paul, that you drew on. It's the same thing that you drew out for this area right here. So it takes out some of this stuff right here and some of this stuff right here and some of this stuff right here that was included in alternative 2 that would go around that and include that. And again, because none of these property owners had requested to be out, except the ones we did take out originally. These property owners right here were in the original. They requested to be out because they owned those in their entirety. And so we took them out, but they were the only ones. So let me go back to the original. So there you go. See, the ones that we got feedback originally, we took out that when anybody owned 100%, we removed the properties.
I'm not sure I drew that far north. The main bulk of green that's there to the north, I thought I followed that around that. Is there the purple line that?
This one excludes.
down there, down on by the mine.
Oh, down here?
Right, just to the right. That purple line around that goes to the north of the green, the bulk of the green. Is that down and to the right?
Oh, this?
Yes, that.
That's green.
What's that?
That's a
Is that
green
all
property.
green? Okay.
That's owned entirely by Utah Iron.
Okay, it's just hard to see with the line.
There's so many layers
to the top
on there.
So you've excluded you've excluded the 2 properties in the middle of the BLM.
Yes.
Reed, could you put your mouse on the dump? Somebody on that
These
was
2
asking.
right here.
The dump. Show the Barney's had a question where the dump is.
This is the dump property right here. The county owns all this property right here. That's the Iron County landfill. And then this is 100% ownership. And there's actually a little piece right here that's also owned by Iron County that in this version didn't get included, but can include as part of the landfill property right here. So anyway, that's where we're at today. I don't know whether you have additional discussion, questions, whether you want to have any.
I think there's some here that
some
probably
here
have
that wanted to
additional comments.
Yeah, could we do that? So we're not doing a public hearing, right?
That
But we're
one.
just
Oh,
allowing
we had a
comments.
public hearing.
We had a
Leave
public
that
hearing.
one up.
Is this
I
your
think.
best option?
Yep.
Yeah.
Show the owners that didn't do it, you had them bill before that was 100%. You had a deal that showed you that.
These were the ones that we got original comments back within the first 15-day comment period when we sent the first letters out before we had the meeting with the advisory board and the planning commission to give their recommendations. This was the map that was sent out, and the ones in red were the ones that they owned, that we heard back from that owned entire properties. We removed those. And then the blue ones were the ones that they had an undivided interest in, but asked for those to be removed as well.
Removed.
I can't remember if MBM had a piece of property that I don't think that was supposed to be on the no part of it. The last time we weren't on because we signed on it for no.
We just want to make sure we did.
Come on up, Tony. Just state your name and for the record.
So I'm Tony Barney. I'm here with my brother Brandon. We own just a little 20-acre piece in there, and we
You want to
own
go up there and
100% of
point?
it.
Yeah,
It,
he can point.
yeah, those two pieces right there. Those have both been removed. Okay, so there, it won't affect any of that right there. Okay. Now another thing that we've got is there's 7,700 acres that we have in a CWMU, which is a private hunting unit. Does it affect that at all? And how do we know that?
What property is that? Is
They're
that
up all up in and around
the yellow?
two pieces right there. Yeah. Yep.
Once this is voted on, and if it's passed, can the owner restrict hunting on BLM or any? How does this affect government land? BLM or settler?
Agreements that they have in place currently will continue in force. This doesn't affect grazing leases, ag protection areas, green belt.
Hunting, any of it.
It says that specifically.
But
in
it
the
does
statute.
restrict residential, right? So if
No different than the fact that it's zoned industrial now.
well,
It's zoned industrial.
is it zoned now industrial in all that area right there? So it restricts residential now.
Correct, without the protection area. They cannot build in there now because it's zoned industrial.
Okay, all right.
Unless it was rezoned, right?
Unless it were zoned.
Yeah.
And Reed, it doesn't restrict, correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't restrict any kind of residential development if it's zoned correctly. It's just that
You have
the
to
residential
have a
development
zone
can't
change.
affect the performance of the industrial area. Is that it's to protect the area?
Yeah, you would, before it could be developed, it would be removed from the protection, which the statute very clearly states.
Could you come to the microphone? I'm sorry.
Yeah, any property that, the statute says that a property owner that requests property to be removed from the protection area, the legislative body shall remove it. And so if somebody wanted to come in with a proposal and they wanted to try to rezone the property, they wanted to have it removed from the protection area, and they could apply to have it, first they'd ask for it to be taken out, and the legislative body must remove it, and then they could ask for a rezone on the property. And then they could do whatever other uses that the zoning would allow that they wanted to apply for.
So, and Tony, I don't know what you have plans for your property up there, those little pieces that you've got up in the middle of there. But say that we passed this and included that public lands in this zone, but they maybe someday want to build a cabin. I don't know what you got planned, but say they want to build a cabin up there and they want to rezone that to
Hunting
build a
cabin,
cabin. Can they
right?
do?
Yeah.
Will this affect that? I mean, will it
Well, it's
affect them trying to
already
rezone?
out.
I know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
will it affect them trying to rezone this property if it's an industrial protection zone?
No, because it's a legislative decision. A rezone is a legislative decision.
Okay.
The planning commission would make a recommendation, and the county commission would make a decision on a rezone that would, the only criteria for rezoning the property is whether or not it's in the best interest of the public. And that's what you would determine, is if it could promote the general welfare. That's the criteria for a rezone or a legislative decision. And that's what you would take into consideration.
So, and I'm
There's
just
no
reading
rule
into what
or no
Commissioner Cousins
provision
was
in the
asking.
code.
It's not like a planning document where you say, well, what's like
It's not
an
a
overlay?
zoning category.
Right. That's what I'm getting at.
It's not an overlay. It's not a zoning category. It's a granting
master
of
plan.
special additional benefits to the property that properties that are not in it don't have. That's really all it is. They get provisions that are not allowed by other property owners. They get special consideration for the idea of promoting industry and investment, and to ensure that when somebody invests $1 million in something, they could be able to continue to operate that the zoning won't change, that the land uses won't change on that particular piece of property. Unless they want to, unless the property owner requests it or agrees to it or anything like that. It's just, it just provides that assurance for an investment that they're in control, more so than any other property.
Reed, does that take in all the BLM that's around us then, or is that excluded out of there?
Yeah, it includes the landfill and this BLM estate trust on this end right here.
Okay, I don't know how we feel about that. How do you, I mean, one of the reasons we got that piece of property is it sits out in the middle of BLM, you know, and so how does that work with us?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean how it works.
Well, I mean,
Come on up,
It
Tony.
really wouldn't have any effect on your 20 acres, and the lease that you have with BLM, it wouldn't affect that. It wouldn't negatively affect it.
okay, so what you're saying though is the BLM is.
Can you come up, Tony? We gotta have your mug in the microphone for public record.
So, but what you're saying, Reed, is the BLM's still gonna use their property as is. It's just zoned in there, that if they ever sold that they could be in an industrial park then.
That's
That
correct.
those properties could be, if they ever
It could
traded
be
that
developed
out.
without the restriction of the government being able to change the rules or change the zoning. But if the property owner wanted to, then he could take it out. The property owner
Right.
at his
But how does
request-
that work when it's the BLM? I mean, that's a publicly owned piece of property.
Right.
All of us own that. Everybody in here owns that. So I mean, I'm just asking how it affects that.
Yeah, I don't think it affects it. I don't know how it would affect it.
You don't think or you know? I mean,
I don't know how it would affect it. I don't know all things. you
Sure.
know. But based on what I know, it would not affect it because the statute specifically says that those uses can continue to occur. It doesn't provide or it doesn't create any additional restrictions on anything. It's clear in the statute when you read all through the statute, it's a granting of special consideration and privilege that are not given to all properties, but it doesn't hurt anybody else, anybody in it. It doesn't do anything harmful to them.
Hey, Reed, West. Oh.
Just because in a larger planning area, just like we had originally when we had the original map, you know, this whole area was all considered because it's just kind of a larger industrial area, and from a planning standpoint and the future land use, it just gives priority to that as future uses. And as BLM puts those up for disposal, and somebody buys that and wants to do industrial development, then it would be a boon to them. If they don't, then they can remove it because then they own it and they can take it out at their request.
Remove the BLM.
No, you'll be able to remove it from the industrial protection area if you owned it. If you bought it from BLM and said, I want to build some cabins up there or whatever, and you want to have it rezoned, you'd have to ask to have it rezoned because right now it's industrial and you can't.
Yeah, that's what concerns me, is our public lands all been zoned industrial.
Yeah, it's been zoned industrial. That whole area has been zoned industrial for 30 years, 35 years.
So the BLM's been zoned industrial anyway?
Yes.
So this does not change?
This is not a zoning. This is not a zoning.
Okay, so.
The property's been zoned since 1980.
So what's the benefit then of having the what benefit is there?
It's just an incentive for somebody buying it because they're disposed that it would be in, just like any of these other areas down here around in these areas. You know, anything that's included, our original thought was because it's as a planning tool, it can just express an interest of the county to say that makes sense in that area to have industrial development. We need somewhere in the county where somebody can know for the future that they can go and develop industrial without a lot of conflict. And that's the only place we have left in the county where that's the case. And so do we want to protect that? Do we want to say that is important to Iron County and that we want to send that as a policy? Because it can be changed, you know, with the ownership. at any point.
Reed, I think the fear here maybe, I've had a lot of complaints over the years, especially around the mine with public lands, with hunters that have hunted that property for 100 years, their families. And then they've with signage and different things that have been put up, they've been led to believe they weren't welcome there anymore. And that's not the case, and that's not appropriate.
That's probably down.
And so is this going to give someone an excuse saying this is now industrial protection to give them more leverage to convey that message that they're not welcome on those lands, that are public lands anymore? That's my concern, because
No.
because that has
Still
been
public
that has happened over the years. I've had a lot of complaints about that.
This shouldn't do that.
Shouldn't, or
No.
okay.
Well, I can't say what a property owner is going to try to do. You know, I mean, these guys who have this lease on here, they'd like to keep everybody else out of there from hunting too, and they got a CRMP there, and they want to be able to have an exclusive hunting area, but it is public land. You know, but a lot of those areas are being closed off as well, and they put signs up and try to close that off because they want to keep the public out of it.
You don't want to keep the public out. Public access through it. We would never.
Come up, Tony. Come up here to the mic.
Well, it is closed. With the CWMU, it's closed. There is public tags and
trespassing.
Yeah.
But and we're the ones putting the signs up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're those guys doing that. Me and Brandon are doing that. It is not closed for public access, so anybody can drive through it. They just can't hunt there. That's all it's.
Yeah.
That's all that's doing. And we've spent a lot of time and our own money making that happen, and it's improving the wildlife out there.
Yeah.
It certainly is. But we just don't want to. We just want to make sure that this doesn't lay claim to somebody coming in and putting some mining claims or something on there, and then even restricting us out of our property to get into there, because that's happened before. With signage and stuff, restricting people going across.
So do you
that
have
public land
access?
in order to get into
Have
our,
you got accesses from the BLM?
We do.
Okay.
Across our property.
Yeah, you should be fine then.
And so we're hoping that stays that way. That's all we're worried about.
Yeah.
Right.
It's time for me to speak.
Yep.
We have a proponent that asked for industrial protection. I believe in it. They should have it. To take this and make a planning tool that goes way beyond normal planning process. You plan in the county thousands of acres to be planned for something. It needs to go through a planning process. The public needs to get involved all over the place. This goes way beyond it. You can cut all the rest of this stuff out. Let's protect what needs to be protected. The landfill and the mine. And all the rest of this stuff needs to be gone. Now, it's so darned easy for us to plan by using this as a planning tool for thousands of, jumping ahead of all the public input that you have in a normal planning process is not right. It's criminal. It should not happen. It's insane. I know Reed disagrees with me. I called it insane. He says that's not insane, because you got all these advisors that say that. Don't jump ahead of the planning process that the public has got every right in the world to have to. So let's protect the mine. Let's protect the landfill. Cut the rest of this stuff out. Now, the public is not aware of a gigantic planning thing. They're aware of an industrial protection. We're planning Iron County, thousands of acres. Let's get it through the planning process. Now, there's a giant, they have great meetings. Reed should know all about this, that you have opened it up to all kinds of discussion. There's all kinds of uses out there that can be done that's above and beyond industrial protection. Otherwise, we're giving away the public's right. I could talk here all day. There's all kinds of uses out there that won't fit in industrial protection that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name.
Marie Zafiropoulos.
You pull that mic down, Reese, so we can hear you. Thanks.
I just didn't want it. Marie Zafiropoulos, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you.
I had a list here that was really basically a rant on making this such a huge industrial area. I have to agree with Frank that we need to protect the landfill and the mine, but why hasn't the public known about this? I got my first notice maybe a month ago, a second notice 2 weeks later. I was out of the country for the last meeting, but now it's supposed to pass in the next 2 days because this 120 days is gone. How come didn't we hear about this 120 days ago so we could talk about this? And I can't help but believe that we don't need such a huge industrial area. There has to be a way for some big industry that wants to come in and present their plan to you so you can okay it. I just don't see the restrictions on all of us as being right. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, actually, I think you need to vote no.
Thank you. Any other comments on this issue? Any discussion among commissioners? Oh, go ahead, Brandon. State your name, please.
My name's Brandon Barney. I just think there's maybe some alternative motives, even though we're out of it. It affects us around us. And so until we understand this as property owners better, I just think that we need to have a lot more discussion, and it needs to go through planning. If in fact all these properties are already zoned for industrial, then that should be good enough.
I have a question on that BLM property. Did the BLM have any input or yay or nay? What did the BLM?
Yes,
BLM's input.
I spoke with Paul Briggs, the regional manager. Is that his field?
I don't know.
Southwest
I
District.
think
What's Paul?
He's the boss.
Field office. Yeah.
He's the boss.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I had a conversation with him about it. He called and asked what it was, of course, because they got notification as well. And I gave him the statutes, and he said that he would review those and let me know if he had any concerns. I had a further conversation with him later, and he says, yeah, I can't see how that's adverse to us. It doesn't restrict public access. It doesn't restrict anything that's going on out there. It doesn't affect our leases. It doesn't affect anything that we have going on. And so he didn't see how that would be adverse to them.
And Reed, is there just a little bit of Sitla left on that west side of that section line, kind of by those 220 acres? The blue?
Right here?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a little piece of Sitla.
Does that bound Sitla on the south and west? I'm pointing at my screen like you know what I'm talking about.
Sitla here. Is that what you mean?
No, I just mean the purple line is the Sitla
goes
boundary,
around the
and then
Sitla.
those mines,
Yeah.
those claims. What is the is that BLM that kind of jets down into the Sitla?
Yes, this is BLM.
That's not private. Okay, I'm just curious on that. That kind of drew my attention.
All the private on this side was left out because as an undivided interest, there was someone in that undivided interest who said, I don't want to be in. So this reflects all of the properties that somebody wanted out.
So public
They've been
lands
taken
on
out.
the southeast, on the northwest was the private.
Other questions?
Frank, you got another comment?
Oh, I've got a comment.
Did you? I'm sorry, Mike.
I doubt seriously that Paul Briggs understands and knows the trails and the recreation that's taking place on that property. What is the effect of recreation and trails that are passing through there? Right now, people are using it. Now, they're not always marked by the PLM, but they're open for people to use it. This is going to affect recreation and public access and trails and a myriad of other things that can take place. So just because Paul Briggs says he doesn't know of anything, he has a public process that he needs to go through too. He can't just say it doesn't need another look at. So there again, we have a proponent that wants to be protected. We have the landfill needs to be protected. You don't need to do anything else. What harm is done if we had a public planning process that took place in Iron County? Is there any money available for a planning process? Yes, there is. The Inland Port has got $450,000 for planning. This is Inland Port area. Let's plan the place. Let's get the public involved. The general public doesn't know we're setting aside a whole lot of stuff that needs to be planned. This is an end run on planning. Point blank, an end run doesn't need to happen. No, we don't need to go back and unplan it. Let's plan it properly in the first place.
My concern is it's being rushed in for some reason. There's got to be something that somebody knows about this.
So many days.
That's going to benefit from it. You know what I mean? And we, like everybody else, believe that mine ought to be protected. We work out there. We want that mine protected, and we absolutely love it in our community here. And we also love the dump. We're right above it. We can throw a rock and hit the mine property from our property. But I just feel like that there's something here that we don't all understand, and as public, we need to understand that a little bit more before. So I say we vote this thing down today and take a little more time. If it's all zoned industrial, what benefit are we getting out of it by doing what we're doing here today? I don't see the benefit of that, and I see some real things that could be detriments to us as landowners there if we don't understand this. So that's my vote.
Hello, Commissioners. Richard Wilson, Iron County Engineer. The question's been asked, and I think there isn't a rush. The applicant came in, and during the process, Reed asked the staff to look at it, and we were asked, rather than doing a cherry pick, if I may use that word, of the applicant's properties only, would we look at and consider what other properties make sense to be included while we go through this process? And that's how that got started. There was no back door, back end. It was simply a question that was brought up because there was an applicant. So we looked at the applicant's properties, we looked at those properties that were adjacent, and we said, do these make sense to be included? I've heard, and I'm still unclear, but I've heard that this is going to cause restrictions. I've heard none of those restrictions enumerated. I've only heard a blanket statement. This is going to cause a restriction. But what I've understood is that it provides a protection for a future buyer who might be interested in mining, that they will not have to go through hoops to get it into a mining approved area.
Can I stop you right there?
Yeah.
I don't think that'd be a big deal. I mean, if somebody wanted to set up another mining operation on their piece of property and they had a real concern going, they could go through the process.
Right.
It's not that big a deal. I mean, it's a little work on the planning commission's
not
part.
Today. Not today, but in 10 years it might be.
Well,
we just heard from somebody else who thought that why weren't we notifying them that we were going to open an open mine across from their property? A mine that's been there for years.
And that's why we need this.
And that would be that idea. You know, one of the things that was incredible, and I've heard this said before, why do we need to protect ourselves from ourselves? Well, the Constitution was written Reed hates this when I bring up the Constitution. But the Constitution was written, and the first thing they did was write the Bill of Rights. Because once they formed the government, they said, now we have to protect the people from ourselves. Well, that's all I'm saying, Commissioner Cousins. Is
And that's when I say we need this, I mean we need it to protect the mine. And that's where I'm at.
Absolutely. But I'm also saying there was no backdoor process.
Oh,
There was just, hey, Reed said, hey, if we're going to do this, shouldn't we consider the properties around it? And that's what we did.
Yeah.
It was no, what else can we do? I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay.
It's me again. There are legitimate opportunities to do non-mining, non-industrial things in this zone. Why would we take it off the map? Why would we? What would happen if we had something that wanted to be out there that was non-mining, non-industrial, that would take place on this broad place? How would you escape the
property
fact that
owner
it's all
would
industrial
say,
and it's
take it
locked up?
out.
Pardon?
The property owner would say, take it out, and then they could do those other
Well,
things.
then the property owners might want to, but it'd be a hamstrung by the fact that it's already in here. We don't need to plan for something that's not needed. There is no industrial thing that's happening on thousands of acres right here that you're going to try to put in and protect from what? From the public having an input. The public needs to input on a big giant planning area. Does anybody disagree with that? Reed, do you disagree that the planners,
What
that the people...
property, Frank, are you objecting to? Tell us, go point to the properties that you're objecting to.
Okay, well, okay.
So the BLM?
Pardon?
So those are all out.
Well, they're all out of what?
The protection.
Well, not necessarily. He's got proposal 1 to put everything in.
Oh. Well, this one right here that we're looking at.
I think this is the least.
This is number
I think
2.
this one's. Is this number 3?
This is number 2.
Number 2.
So which one just pulls all the public lands out of it?
I don't think
I
we
don't
have
know.
I don't think there is one.
Is there a? Is this one the least amount of geographical area?
Alternative 1 has the least of.
Oh, let's look at that.
Alternative 1 has no public land.
But it includes all the undivided interests.
This is what the applicant asked for.
So what we need is a hybrid
But
of this, Reed, getting
this
rid of
is-
all the undivided interests. That's what we need. That's what I would support.
The problem we worry about is we don't know enough about this, and the same thing's happening over to Escalante, you know, Maryland.
They're kicking them all off, all of the grazing.
All of a sudden we've lost our restrictions.
Yeah.
And we don't, as far as I can tell, the foot in the door doesn't need to go here right now. We don't need the foot in the door. The plan's all there, it's all industrial. If these guys wanna apply for some more, usage of this property, they certainly can. There's that process in place right now. Why reinvent the wheel? Why have such a wide overreach? Let's cut it right down to the properties they need to protect, and let's let them protect it.
If the government gets involved and does that 10 years down the road, are we gonna be able to change it? Maybe not. We have 5,000 or 6,000 acres, you know, it's.
So, I definitely think that we need to protect the landfill and all of the county property right there, for sure, because,
Anybody in here that doesn't believe it?
yeah. It's concerning the BLM. I don't know how that affects that going forward. They're saying that it doesn't, but that's,
right now how that
yeah.
worked out for us. The
Yeah.
government took that and it's not working out.
And maybe this industrial protection zone actually protects it from the federal government to go do something else with it that we don't want.
We need to know before we say yes to this.
Like you say, if I had a piece of BLM right around all our private right there, I mean, what happens down the road if it's in industrial and the BLM decides to trade it to somebody else.
Could you tell us your name? Sorry, and
Come up.
We
come
really
up
need to
the
really
mic,
come to the
please.
microphone.
Thank you. Sorry.
Anyway.
Yeah.
State your name.
That's a
I'm
good
just saying, if
point,
you got a
Chris.
piece of BLM and we got private all the way around us. What if the BLM trades that piece in the middle of us and we have big old buildings and an industrial belt?
Give us your name.
Chris Hone.
Okay.
MBM.
Thank you.
Livestock. But anyway, that's what I'm concerned about. Is BLM will trade
HON.
land like that. And we got a whole bunch of BLM all around our private.
Yeah.
Right.
And a big outfit comes in and they got enough money, the BLM's gonna trade them. And then what do we got sitting in the middle of
Do
us?
you run up by the mine then?
We run
The BLM up by the mine?
right
You're
underneath
down in the
mine.
bottom.
We have a bunch right underneath the mine. We got 3,000 acres right there. We got by the Sweat Hills right there. We own clear down. We've probably got 6,000 or 7,000 acres. But and the BLM and the state ground. I just don't want the BLM to come and trade and all of a sudden have a big industrial building right in the middle of our property.
Brandon and I are landlocked by BLM. And same thing happened to the Bears Ears guys. They're landlocked, they had their grazing rights. The government said, hey, don't worry about this, we're gonna take care of you.
And now another administration has come in there and they're taking it, yeah.
I mean, the county can do the same thing to us if that happens. Don't believe that they won't. So we just don't trust the government.
The county can't,
Okay?
because it's not our property.
So
But you're not under any greater peril with this than without it.
you think that this is a good thing then? If this was your
I'm not.
property?
I'm just saying that argument is. You're trying to mix milk and liverwurst a little bit. I mean, there's. You have the exact same risk of that happening with or without this.
Actually, more without it.
Oh.
Because with it, the county can't make any regulation against it.
We can always go back and get in it.
Come on, Nicole.
I mean, if it passes here and we don't want to get in it, we want to get in it.
Okay. My only input is, does this protect us? Okay, and I'm going to sound really anti-environmentalist, and so I don't mean to. But I was listening to Inland Port, and when they start being upset
Saying
about the railroad and the coal dust, and
Prairie
so does
dogs
this
and
protect us at all about people saying, hey, you can't do anything in that industrial property because there's one prairie dog on it, or maybe there's a sage grouse? I mean, is there any protections that way? No. Okay. All right. That was my only question.
In terms of endangered species.
Okay. So does
Well, and I think it's important to talk about what an area does and what it doesn't do.
It only establishes, and that's a good question, it only establishes the three things that I mentioned. The additional benefits that it gives to the property is that the county, the local government cannot rezone the property without the consent of the property owner. They cannot change the rules of the zoning land use regulations without the consent of the property owner. And they can't, the public can't, or a neighbor can't claim a nuisance when they're operating under normal industrial practices.
That part does help them.
Yes, it does help the mine. All those three
That's
things.
the reason for the applicant, is that the reason for it, Adam?
100%. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of ignorance on this whole thing.
Come up, Ant.
Yeah.
Come up, Adam.
Adam, come up.
Yeah. Tell us
Adam,
everything.
come up. State your name.
Yeah. So, I guess the biggest thing is my name's Adam Eukitis, U-Tire. So I guess the biggest issue is that we're missing here is that you're already zoned, right, in the industrial area. So what Reed's trying to do is it really is just putting you a second level of protection on you. What you're worried about, the government changing things, that's what's this is the only thing enabling the government from doing that. If you don't have, I'm not saying, we never requested your area, right? So in our eyes, I could care less whether you guys were in it or not. You guys were never in it. But in your guys' case, where especially like MBM, where they have livestock, This puts another level of protection on you guys.
How does it do that, Adam?
Because-
How that works?
Okay, so right now, like where you were worried about the government coming in and being able to change it, you kept referring to the government, right?
Right.
County government officials. With this, they can't do that. You take the government's power away. So what you're in right now, industrial, it has to stay in industrial until you personally want it taken out.
Right.
So instead of like Chris said, can we, for 20 years, right, 20 years. So like Chris said, well, wait, maybe this will be a good thing and we want to put it in later. Well, my mind thinking would be, if there's nothing doing right now to the harm, why would you not leave it in? And then if there is a problem with it, then pull it out. Because you can pull it out with the request of just a letter to the county and they'll pull you out immediately, right? But as far as the government, what your biggest concerns are, them being out of control your hunting areas and all that.
Yeah.
This is the one extra protection layer for you.
But how does that give us that protection?
Because the government, right now, your biggest concern would be the BL, or somebody could change those rights.
And so some of our concern too, you know, and
We really need you to come up to the microphone when you talk.
There's people listening.
I mean, we've lived around here our whole entire life.
Right,
And,
agreed.
and if we wanna, if these guys wanna have a race out on public land where they turn out the side-by-sides and they have this big race and we put this big track up through there, we just don't want that restricted. We wanna be able to use the public land the way we would like to use it, as long as everybody votes for it.
100%
And that's the
agree.
way we would like to keep it.
Nope.
And if we feel like that, if we get any more restrictions out there, that it's gonna keep us from doing that. Does this do that?
No. This is technically this is a second layer of protection for you guys. And at the end of the day, the BLM has been notified. They're okay with this. You know, now are we pushing to have 23,000 acres? No. The county thought of it. They used, that's what that's their decision. That's how, they had a tool they were that's on them. That's what they wanted to do. I get it. But so where you are, we weren't requesting. But at the end of the day, the concerns you have, you would almost be in the negative pulling yourself out of it right now, where it's not hurting you harmful right now.
Well, if it's on the BLM property around us, then.
Well, the bad part is if the BLM, you have no choice whether the BLM's in, whether you like it or not.
Right, and they can do that no matter what. That's
Exactly,
what I'm
without
saying.
your
I
say.
just don't see the protection. I'm just trying to figure out, you guys are telling us we're getting all this protection, but I'm just not seeing it. If the BLM decides to do what they want to with this property, they're gonna do it no matter what.
Right.
And so I'm just trying to see, by having another government entity in there, what that does for us.
Well, you're taking the
And
government
nobody's
entity
really,
out.
nobody's really telling us.
You're taking the government entity out of it.
I still don't understand though how you get that protection. I'm trying to figure out how.
I'll give you a perfect example. You just heard what happened in here a minute ago, did you not?
Mhm.
Okay, perfect example. Okay, we have a mine out there. That's all set up, right?
Right.
So we get a subdivision that moves in there. Okay,
Mhm.
they build a bunch of houses. Now all of a sudden we're disturbing them.
Right.
We've been there for 60 years.
Yeah, and
That gravel pit.
The mine's
over
been there longer than
been there
that.
for 30 years.
that's right.
So what those people? That was a perfect.
They moved in there. We understand that
That's
one.
all this protection area is designed to do is protect the mine.
And here's their major mistake. Let me tell you their major mistake.
What's it?
Okay, they let the government have their county road, right? They made it a county road.
Yeah, they could
That's
have
their
kept
major
it. They
mistake.
would have had it cut
Right
off.
There's a perfect example. They gave it to the government. Now they can't do a dang thing to stop
What
it.
this does though is this protects all your guys'.
Right. But if they would have
land up
left
there.
that private, the government would have never been able to give them access through that.
They still
And-
would've
and
been- they'd still be
they're the
crying
ones
about-
that did it to
that's
themselves.
only the access. They're still
But-
crying about the gravel pit.
Right, but
The
they
gravel
can't
pit.
do anything about that.
No.
We understand that.
But that's what our mindset is here.
Right.
We're going to expand out there, of course, on our property. We're not looking at anybody
But
else's
our
property.
concern is here, Adam, our concern here is the same thing that they did. They went ahead and turned it over to the county.
Right.
County takes care of it, the county maintains it.
Right.
Then they've got to give everybody else that access through there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Are we gonna have the same issue with our little properties
Well,
there?
I think
if we
that's
do
what
that?
Reed's went over and over again and again, is that it changes nothing, right, Reed? The zone that you guys are in industrial right now, it changes nothing.
Right.
You're at the same thing
same
today
in
that
this
you will be
little
tomorrow.
community, it certainly changed the traffic that went through their community, right? When they gave that public access through there
Right.
and made that a county road where the county maintained it and everything, now the county says anybody can drive anything they want through there
anytime they want to. If they'd have left it private.
Right. I think what you're pretty much making my point for me. They gave the county power, did
Sure.
they not?
Well, that's
we're
what we're doing
taking
now.
No, we're taking away the county's power to not change you in the future. Frank, sit down and wait your turn. There's
Yeah.
two people talking. Why don't you wait your turn?
I want to comment on what your comment is. If it changes nothing, why are you going to do it? Changes nothing.
Is this his show, or are we doing it? How does this work usually? Do we just, does Frank just
So,
get the mic when he wants?
that's my question, Reed, is what authority are we giving to you? Yeah, what are we giving to you?
No, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry for the confusion. I wish I could have made it more clear.
Well, and it's hard. It's
the
complicated.
challenge, it's hard to say if it doesn't change anything, then why do it? You're not changing. This is so different than what we're normally used to dealing with, because everyone assumes that we're now putting this into an area that is creating a bunch of regulation. Because that's what we do. Government, any zoning, anything restricts, puts additional restrictions. This is just the opposite in that it doesn't restrict anything, and when we say it's not going to change anything, it doesn't restrict anything that is occurring there now.
But it does, Reed.
Not
it could.
saying you can't do something.
It could. Let me give you my example I used before. Let's say that Frank or me or Marilyn or Mike, whoever owns a piece of property adjacent to this industrial protection zone that you want to do. And I develop 15 lots and they build, I want, CC&Rs where it's, I want $10 million homes on it. And when I try to sell those lots for this high-end development, and they go in to buy a lot from me, and they can see right next door is an industrial protection zone, I would say, whoa, I don't want to there could be a gravel pit right next to me. I don't want to buy that.
So
that could affect my property.
Not know until later when the blasting's going on and the railroad's going through there, and then you didn't give them adequate notice?
That's not happening. It's happening down here, not necessarily up there. That's the point I think a lot of them are making. Is that could affect the value of my property, having that big swath zoned or made an industrial protection zone.
It restricts what, so Brian and I.
Come on up to the microphone if you would.
Tony. Sorry, these guys have to take minutes.
We got to have it on the record.
So the way it looks to us, okay, and the way it appears to us is we could put this real nice hunting camp up there, and people want to come out here and look at the stars and have this hunting camp right there. And we understand. We're right around the mines. We understand that right now. But we certainly don't want to be restricted to be able to say in the future, hey, we would like to kick against this a little bit. If you guys want to put this great big factory right here, we would kind of like to kick against this a little bit. It sounds to me like we're losing that ability to do that, is what it sounds to me like. That we're turning that over now, and it's blue sky for whatever anybody wants to build out there with us not having any say in the matter at all. That's kind of how it feels to us.
Come on up. Stand in line.
Wow, okay.
Cindy Bullock on behalf of myself.
Okay.
So if this is in an industrial protection area, can I also put an ag protection area on top of it? If I am within this boundary and I have livestock and I want to do an ag protection area on my own property, can you do both of those, or does it now prohibit me from putting in an ag protection area? And then my second question is, are these BLM parcels on their disposal list? But when I talked to Paul Briggs, he said they weren't. So I just want to know where those.
The list every day. If they get with it again,
They can't do that until they have until they get through FEMA. I don't think.
Cindy, speak in the mic so they can catch it. Sorry.
I just want to know if that is where that information is, because I've looked and my understanding was that was not. We were hoping it was, but they are not on their disposal list. So if they are, I can calculator. I'd just like to know where that is, because my conversation with Paul Briggs was it was not, but that doesn't matter for this.
So let me answer your question. Is that all right? You
Yeah.
wanna take-
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't mean to go in front of you, certainly.
Certainly.
That's a good question, Cindy. I don't know that I know the answer to that question, but I assume that you could because, in fact, my first response would be, why? Because it's still agricultural protection area, industrial protection area, and critical infrastructure protection areas all are under the same statute. And when land is in one of those, it simply says whether it's an industrial protection area, an agricultural protection area, or a critical infrastructure protection area, the government cannot rezone the property, cannot change the regulation without your consent, and all of the same rules apply to it whether it's an agricultural or an industrial protection area. So I don't know, specifically that you couldn't have two that overlap, but you're not gaining anything because the rule, what you're doing by putting it in one, it receives the same benefit for everything. You can't rezone, you can't change the regulation, you can't create a nuisance, and you can't you notify people within 1,000 feet. So those are all under the exact same statute. And when you look at it at the top, it just says, if it's in A, B, C, or D, here are the rules. So I don't think it matters.
Carrie was next.
Okay, sorry.
My comment's going to be so short and sweet because I'm hoping we can wrap this up.
Oh.
So I'm a very simple person, so this seems simple to me. Whether it's a benefit to the owner or not, why not put the properties in that the owner is asking for and take the properties out that the owners are wanting out?
Yep.
Simple as that. Even if it benefits them, if they want out, take them out.
We've done that. That's alternative 2. Alternative 2 is anyone who said, I don't want in, they're gone. That's what alternative 2 is. The problem is that everybody else wants to control all the public land too. They're saying, I don't want the BLM and the Sitley in. It's not their property, and it's not, all of the private property we took out.
But that limits.
Come on up to the microphone if you would, bud.
What it does says to me, Reed, is that what you're saying is that the county will control that to industrial no matter what. Right now.
No.
What do you mean no?
No, that's not what we're saying. It provides the opportunity for that.
But
it doesn't
if
ensure
somebody
that,
came in with
because
enough
the property owner can decide. The property owner will decide whether he wants to or not.
Okay, so if somebody came in and had enough money to buy that or land traded, we've got some lands other places that someday we would maybe trade the BLM for properties more around our place there. What you're saying then is that would have no restriction on what we could do if we bought that property, period.
No. It depends on what it is you want to do with it and what it's zoned for. Because it depends on what it's zoned for and what your interest in developing the property is. Because if you became owner of that property and you didn't want to develop industrial, then you've got to rezone the property because now it's zoned industrial.
Right, so what benefit do we have? That's what I keep asking.
It gives that option. It gives the opportunity that the government cannot change the rules until you want them changed.
You guys won't let me do that though. I mean, if I bought the BLM property and as it is now, is still zoned that, but I can go in and apply for that. What it sounds to me like is you guys could say no if I wanted to apply for that.
No, it says right on the regulations
You
that
can-
you
that
can
you can
pull it
opt out.
out. If you owned that, you could pull it out.
So that's what I
Yeah.
was asking, and
Yeah.
you just said no.
No,
I asked,
no.
No, you said-
If you own that,
Take BLM out of some more property there, and we were able to gain more of that property
Mhm.
from the BLM, what would restrict us, if this was in there, what would restrict us of pulling that out?
Nothing.
No.
You would have absolute ability to do that.
You build this hunting ranch, okay?
Mhm.
And somebody around you builds a subdivision
and all of a sudden now these people don't like the fact that you're shooting guns. But you're already there because you're protected by this. Without this, are you protected?
Well, I don't know.
I don't
know
that affect. I don't think it does.
I think if
No, anybody could buy the BLM, really,
No, I just.
or state.
I'd like to qualify what I said about the BLM being up for disposal. It qualifies for disposal because it is isolated outside the boundaries of the BLM. And the Sitla land is up for disposal every day. You make offer, they consider, and they sell or not sell. So all of those are up for disposal, potentially on the BLM, and then they've got a process to go through.
Okay, Rob.
Robert.
Maybe save the best for last. I don't know.
Could you tell us your name, Robert?
Robert B. Hunan with Utah Iron. Commissioners, thank you very much. I really appreciate your patience since we're kind of the ones that started all this and wanted this industrial protection area. And I appreciate staff for bringing this to our attention. Reed and Rich, who contacted us, reached out to the Gilberts and said, hey, this is something you really ought to consider. And the reason for context for my great high school chums and friends in the room, it's good to see you all back there, neighbors from Ironwood Circle, right? Is we have, good citizens here, a family long-standing here in Iron County that wants to make significant investments in the community, leave legacy projects. And the mine is that. Today, I need the mine protected. I need you to vote yes on protecting, putting the mine and its associated properties in an industrial protection area. Doing that allows the Gilbert family and their partners to make those significant investments, to continue to drive the economy, to people to continue to issue contracts to people, right, to do other work and really move things forward for us. So again, thanks for all your help, all the headache. Land use and land use policy is some of the most difficult, and I have seen this get out of hand in larger communities. We're going to grow. We're not always going to be as small as we are. Things are going to continue to move. So creating that industrial protection area and the appropriate buffers, right, to keep people safe, like we saw earlier, will really help us. So please consider that, consider the investment opportunities that we have, and help us protect the mine and what we're doing there. I would appreciate your positive vote in that regard. Thank you very much.
One more time, I'd like Rob to describe a project that he's working on, that if it happens, it couldn't happen in industrial protection zone. He's talking about a project that's very, very exciting, but if it happened, it can happen out there, because it's going to involve people, museum, offices, and people. It couldn't happen in this industrial protection zone.
I'm sorry, Frank, but maybe we miscommunicated. It can happen in an industrial protection area. It probably should happen in an industrial protection area, especially if there's a National Lab Field Center component. So that would actually help that investment as well. It can happen other places too. So, but in an IPA would be very beneficial. Thank you.
I certainly don't want to make this more confusing, and the interest in what we propose, this is simply a scaled down version, of the recommended from the Planning Commission and the advisory board, is to include all those properties. If it's in your interest, based on what you believe should be happening, and that if somebody buys that BLM and Sitla, then they can bring it in, and you want to leave that out, then we can do this alternative too, and just draw the line right down here, and just leave the landfill and their mining properties right here in that. Leave that part off if that simplifies it. These are just alternatives.
I'm just speaking for
do
me.
that.
That's what I'd like up there. And initially, I drew the line around that lower area to include public lands, but I'm leery of it, Reed. I would just as soon include everything they own 100% of. That's where I'm at. I've always in government, since I've been serving, I always believe we should cut the bandage to fit the wound. And by doing that, that's what we're doing. We're just including one. And I fully agree that these people need to be protected. Utah Iron, absolutely 100%.
Their first, their part that they put in first, that map, that's just their private property, right?
No, this is their map.
Oh,
That's their
yeah,
map.
yeah. But not any of the BLM and that.
But it include all those undivided parcels, which
Yeah,
I don't
included
agree with
all
that
the
because
undivided interests.
because you say you can get out with 100%, but you can be put in with a small percentage, but you can't get in out unless you own all of it, and that's what the issue I have with the undivided parcels.
Yeah.
So if
And
you
that's
take
why
if you take
alternative two was just kind of a compromise between that. It left all these out of the undivided interest where anybody didn't want to be in, but it left these others in. And then it just kind of blocked things up because when you have little pieces based on the topography and everything out there, it just made sense to block that up and to make it so that it was a usable block of property to plan and to try to work with in that area. It's really hard to say, if you leave this little piece out right here that, it's got where they own and wrap all around it, it just seemed like a good way to block that up.
Block it in.
Yeah.
Like you say, you can get out any time, but what's the regulation? So if you guys leave and new commissioners come in, do they come in and change it and say, you can't get out of it now?
No.
No.
Well,
The
state.
statute.
No,
the
it's a
statute
state
very
statute.
specifically
It's a state
Yes.
statute. Yep.
That has to be removed.
For 20 years until they change it, until the state
Yeah.
changes it.
Yeah.
Or 50 or whatever.
Yeah. The legislative body would have to do
the
that.
protection area is set up on a 20-year window. So it's approved for 20 years. In 20 years, it'll be reviewed. The boundary the county commission would look at it and say, do we want to renew this or do we let it expire? Or do we modify it, the boundary? They can't change the regulation because there is no regulation. That's what's difficult about this discussion is we're not creating any new regulation. It's just a protection and
area.
yeah. It automatically renews.
Okay. Well, any more discussion?
So if we,
I'd like to
Oh.
take that BLM off of from by the landfill, but definitely protect the landfill. What's your feelings?
no,
Did you have a problem?
that's
with
fine, but we have to take some kind of action today, or it automatically
that? Yes.
it automatically is accepted,
Approved. It's automatically approved.
right?
Yeah. So
And I-
we need to.
I would like to just speak. There's been a lot of inferences that there wasn't proper notice made. There was proper notice made. This has been a process that's been ongoing. I mean, Reed is very thorough, and I just want to speak to that
And I'll
because
second that.
that-
It's just people are busy in their lives.
The only one that I know of that hasn't is Tony never
did.
got a letter, and Spencer,
We didn't know about this till Friday.
he did. Yeah.
Is there a reason why they didn't get notified?
I can't imagine, no.
They bought their property 2 years ago. A few years ago, and so probably.
And that's what's concerning to me is because they weren't notified, how many others of the undivided didn't get notified either, and that's why they didn't protest.
Well, the undivideds protested. They're out.
Some of
They're
them.
out.
Some
Yeah,
of them.
those.
Some of them.
Yeah.
We've taken all
Right. But
of them up on this end out.
right.
Yeah. But we need to take action, or else it'll just go
Or else
in.
or else
Or it
it
just
all
goes
goes
in.
in.
You take action to put this off a little bit till we get them all figured out a little bit better. I mean, that's an action, right?
No, you
No,
can't.
it's
you
not.
can't.
No,
It has to
if-
either be approved or denied.
Which I disagree with that process tremendously.
that's
because that's
state
the way the
law.
historical
That's
districts
state
work
law.
too. And
Yes.
it should be the other way around.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. I'll just say that.
I
for
don't
the record.
disagree. I didn't write that rule.
I know you didn't, but I will state publicly I disagree with that policy.
That's state. right? That's state
Yeah.
statute.
That's state statute.
Oh, I know it's state, and they do a lot of stupid things.
Whose motion is it?
Yours.
Is it
but-
my?
And
Yeah.
I would like to point out one other thing that might give you a little bit of comfort, commissioners, is, and they can be added to at a future time. This is the point I tried to make last time when we brought this up, is say the mine buys out a few of these fractional interests because they need to expand. Well, nothing stops them from initiating the process again and expanding where they're going to have mining operations where they own the property. So from your perspective, you know, if you pare it back, there's nothing that stops them in the future
Correct.
from adding to it.
Correct.
You know, when I've been involved, it's always been adding to an APA or an IP, well, only APA. This is the first APA.
And that, John, and that's one reason I wanted to do an overlay zone, is so that it made that process easier. If we did an overlay zone and somebody got 100% property, they're in.
Well, and the other thing about that is it's not zoning.
Well, an overlay, whatever.
Yeah,
industrial
I get what you're saying.
protection,
Yeah,
whatever. I mean,
yeah.
you know what I mean.
Why don't we just give them
I just,
the property that they applied for? I mean,
well,
That's what I was just trying to give you some
Well,
comfort on
because
that.
there's quite a few of those that they own just a fraction, and other people own that objected to it.
That was kind of
which-
the first big discussion.
Yeah.
so go ahead.
What?
Go ahead, Mike.
So, well, if we're ready for a motion, I think that I feel like I have a good grasp on what the commission, you know, what will pass. I have no idea how to make that. I have no idea how to make that motion.
Can I
with-
presume to put words in your mouth?
Yes, please, because I'm not sure how to make that motion
guessing-
with all of the sections and property descriptions.
I'm guessing that
such.
Landfill,
you
Gilbert.
want to move for alternative two,
Yeah.
less the public lands. Is that
That's
Yes.
where I'm at.
is that correct?
I would say yes. Option 2, which is what's currently on the board, I would move for approval of option 2, alternative 2, less the BLM property
And
the
state-
and the
and
and the
state.
SITLA.
On both areas.
Down here as well? Or just up here?
There's a
'Cause
there's a
that's-
lot of
That's where I'm at.
BLM.
So in those areas, yeah, down in the south part too.
This one doesn't have as much other private around it. This one was just a little more scaled down because it left out these undivided interests that were on the periphery. And some of this BLM, but everything that was interior to all of the stuff that they have was left in, which I think is a good alternative.
Actually, I do too.
I would leave that down there. And we had a discussion. I mean, we had another
It's
discussion
not just
outside
without
of.
this.
Yes.
We had another discussion about the topography and everything else that's. That's associated with that down there. I would.
So can I clarify, Reed? Do you know which sections those are? So it sounds like you're going to leave in the BLM and SITLA on the southern section, but on this northern section by the landfill and the
Well,
Barneys.
not all of it.
No.
See, this one, this down here has this stuff out just because it's closer to these residential.
Yeah.
So it gives
But I
a
mean,
little
that's
bit of
add-
buffer there. But
So
there
the
is
res-
no residential up in here, and the topography is such that leaving this in, I think, it would make sense.
Can I have Adam come up, and I need to ask him a question real quick.
Sorry, I was just trying to get clarity.
So the BLM and state sections, all of that in there, they're still hunting in that area. I just wanted to. Yep. And the people can get to those areas that are public land.
Except that we do have the mining rights.
Right.
Most of those areas, right? So we do have, but there is parts at the BLM now, through Commissioner Cousins.
Uh-huh.
And Reed both, but these roads all have access now, so nothing's ever changed there. I mean, we had some issues in the beginning.
Yeah.
We did, but now, as I know.
Yeah, with your conditional use permit, there was still.
We had any issues. I think everybody
Okay.
had access. The gates are open.
Okay.
So yes.
Okay, I just wanted to get that on record.
If that's how you guys felt up there, that would have no.
Varying on you at all. Yeah. I
Was
think
the-
we could take that out and fill.
Was the public land part of the original request by Utah Iron? The southern part? Okay, I was just curious on that.
It just blocks it up, is what Reed was saying.
Kind of squares it off.
Hmm. And it would make it difficult, you know, as they move forward, because they have the option to access the BLM through permitting and that type of thing.
But I think the gentleman made a perfect point of that topography up there is so limiting too.
Yeah.
You're never putting in that portion down there of the BLM, that'd be one expensive subdivision. I mean, you're talking.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
vertical hill
Straight up and yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so my motion would include, can we go back to alternative 2?
This is
Okay, well, so basically my motion would be for approval of alternative 2 minus the Sitla and BLM lands in that portion, on the northern portion.
the 3 took out a little bit right next to the residence. I think that was important right there.
Okay, go back to 3.
That red line?
Yeah,
Is that
see
one?
that
Yes,
little bit of
yes.
BLM.
Okay, so
Kind
I
of
would change my motion
Okay.
to alternative 3 minus the public lands, Sitla and BLM on the northern portion.
Yeah,
And-
that would be.
Is that clear?
Yeah.
And whatever that,
I'll
You
prepare a
can
new
change
map, and then I'll get the legal descriptions, because we're going to have to record this with the legal descriptions. But that's clear in my mind. That,
Okay.
let me restate.
Okay.
Is that we would use this lower boundary as is in the red line, the heavy red line, and then just remove the BLM and Sitla from this section to just include the county landfill and the green sections that are their ownership.
line.
That lower southern part does include a couple of undivided parcels, though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
You
you
pulled
got
those
some
out, or are they gonna
interior
s-
ones here, you know, that are
in?
wrapped right in
Oh,
around.
the ones down below the
No,
right
there's
there.
some in the middle.
Is that the ones
Those
you're
blue
saying?
ones.
These in
Oh,
the
they're
middle
off.
just are right in the middle of everything. It's
Yeah.
really hard to go around those.
By default, they're going to be in there because
Yeah,
if everything
exactly.
around it was. It was
yeah. That's my motion.
Yeah.
So alternative 3 less the BLM and the Sitla in the northern portion.
Yes.
and the BLM down on the lower, too,
Well,
on the edge.
This is already out.
That's
Yeah,
already
that's
out.
already
Three,
lined.
This
That's
is the
already
ro-
out.
this is the boundary
Three.
line.
So
So is that correct then?
Yes.
yeah. So I would second that motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm going to vote nay, and I'm going to explain I've changed my mind on I don't think we should include any public lands, but I think it's a good compromise. And I also am concerned about those undivided parcels being put in there without I just don't, but I think it's good. I think I think it'll work, but I'll vote nay on that one. Okay, thank you. Let's go to
Thank
number,
you for
thank
that
you very much,
ordeal.
Reed.
That was Thanks for all of you for coming. Yes.
Number 9, discussion possible approval of proposed amendments modifying the Iron County Resource Management Plan related to public land access, renewable energy, mining, pipeline, infrastructure, and county or utility corridors, and to be incorporated into the Iron County General Plan. Mike.
Okay, Commissioners, this has been brought back because the BLM had some additional comments that they wanted to incorporate into the plan, which we did. They were very minor discussions dealing with solar. If you'll remember, back in 2015, the BLM designated some solar energy zones. One of them is out by the Table Butte, mostly around Howard Jones's property. And their concern was that we had indicated that there was lack of interest because too many regulations. So we modified that to where it was probably a number of factors in there, one of them being the lack of infrastructure to gain access to the grid. So that was modified to incorporate that. Then the other one on economic considerations for the solar.
Mike?
Uh-huh.
not, you took out the due to regulation and lack of infrastructure, is that? What?
Yes. We here's how it reads right
Modified.
now. It says, although the BLM completed a PEIS, which is a programmatic environmental impact statement, to promote solar installations, companies have sought out private holdings to construct solar facilities, probably due to the combination of factors, including distance to power grids and regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Then the other one was in the economic considerations in that section. It's in the solar. It says, and here's what they objected to. Well, they didn't object. They were a little concerned that we would probably be taking away their authority to regulate where solar zones would be on public lands that would impact, such as grazing, permitted uses. So here's what we wrote. Solar farms on public lands should consider impacts on agriculture operations. Any removal of livestock or loss of AUMs should weigh heavily in the decision of the site. So
And so they had an area that they had proposed, right?
Yes.
The BLM. So, but they can propose other areas that are out of that area.
Right, and the way it reads now, them are variance areas. Anything outside that are variance areas and are probably potential of no facilities in them areas.
Yeah.
So basically the areas that they proposed are the ones that they want to point people towards.
Yeah.
And also along with that, the Biden administration has requested that the BLM do another programmatic EIS and consider more areas. And they're just starting that right now, and we have been invited to be a cooperating agency in that, and I'll next commission meeting, I'll bring the MOU to sign and be considered, and then Reed and I will be on that cooperating agency.
So we'll have some say.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. So that's the changes that were presented.
Ready for a motion? I would move for approval of the proposed amendments modifying the Iron County Resource Management Plan related to public land access, renewable energy, mining, pipeline infrastructure, and utility corridors, and to be incorporated into the Iron County General Plan.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. John, I'll get you those.
Thank you so much.
Clean changes.
Number 10, discussion regarding the implementation of the 24/7 sobriety program in Iron County. Sheriff.
Sheesh, we finally got there.
I have to apologize to the sheriff because I don't think you can hear me very well through this, but
Yeah.
I invited him to speak about this because he brought it to us and I brought it on the agenda. So,
And then he had to sit there that whole time.
This time I thought you were here to protect us.
Well, maybe so.
Thanks, Reed.
You know, Nicole asked if the reason the 24/7 sobriety program was on the agenda today at the end was because everyone was being driven to drink with this commission meeting. I thought maybe that was a good question. So the 24/7 sobriety program is a program that has been initiated by the Department of Highway Traffic and Safety. Sergeant Brian Spillman from DPS reached out to me, said that this is a program that's been going in other parts of the state, and that there's been interest in the Iron County area for us to start it. The way it works is it's kind of like drug court, only for DUIs. And what happens is if a applicant receives a DUI and meets the criteria to enter the program, then if they're accepted into the program, an ankle monitor is placed on their ankle, which takes a blood alcohol reading every 30 minutes. And as long as they stay in compliance with the no alcohol clause, it allows them to keep their driver's license so that they can continue to work and try to get their life back on track and overcome the DUI. Where the sheriff's office comes into it is the state DPS contracts with the company that provides the ankle monitors, and they charge a $10 a day fee for the monitor. The sheriff's office is the one that has to administer the program here locally, and for doing that we get $2 a day per monitor that's being utilized. The rest of that money goes to DPS, who pays for the monitors and pays for their administration fees. So the state gets $8 and the county gets $2 in essence. What happens is if the person that's on the program ends up drinking, on the first offense they do 8 hours in jail. The second offense they do 16 hours in jail. The third offense they do 24 hours in jail. Fourth offense they're kicked out of the program. An order to show cause is issued by the court, and they're brought back to the court, and their full DUI sanctions go back into effect. So that's how it goes. Really the reason that it's coming to you as the county commission is because the sheriff's office would be receiving the $10 a day for the program, and then the county, that would go into the county's, I guess, general funds, and the county would have
pay
to
that out.
would have to cut the $8 a day out and send back to the state each month. So
sounds like a great program.
So is the monitoring device?
It comes to the sheriff's office.
We don't have to pay for that.
We don't pay for any of it. It all
comes from the state.
It actually comes from the company that does the programming. So what they would do is, once we sign the MOU that says, yeah, we're on board with this, then we'll establish a point of contact. That individual will receive the training, and they'll receive an email each day from the company stating if anyone has violated in that last 24-hour period. That's the way it works.
Okay.
So it's
seems like a great.
Hopefully it doesn't take. We don't think it'll take a whole lot of time, just based on our DUI numbers and what Brian has seen elsewhere in the state. He suspects that at least starting off will probably be around 24, 25 participants initially, and then it may grow from there. But having said that, there has been a lot of interest in it, and because we haven't had the program, Davis County has been accepting them into their program, and has been monitoring them in their program.
So they've had to go up to Davis County.
Yeah. So, but it sounds like a good program. The courts are all on board. We met with the 2 district courts and the justice court judges, and they're all on board. Met with the county attorney's office. They're on board. We've reviewed the MOU and don't see any problems with the MOU. So really, this is the last step.
Okay. Is this an action item?
Yeah.
Okay.
11.
And that should take care of 10 and 11, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, you put 10 in. So the 11 is the action.
Maybe Sam could speak to that. There was a reason for it.
Why did
I
we
just
split
broke
those?
it out because, again, the reason that we're bringing this to you is because of the sheriff's involvement in this, and
Okay.
to kind of give you an idea of what's going on. The handout has questions where it's been implemented across the state, but as far as item 11, the MOU was reviewed by our office. It indicates that the county is just responsible for maintaining the equipment, but they provide it. They do the monitoring. It has the breakdown of the fees. And again, Luke, if he needs to say anything about as far as how that's going to operate, but I believe I sent it to him. I think he could speak to having reviewed that. So.
Okay. So I'll read 11 in the record. Review and possible approval of the 24/7 sobriety program cooperative agreement between the Utah Department of Public Safety and Iron County. Entertain a motion. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so Sam sent that to me. I reviewed it. The sheriff's office already does deposits for fingerprinting and other items already. So we're just going to have them continue to do that, and then they'll send those records over to our office at the end of every month, and then send the payment to the state. Sounds like so. We'll keep a portion of it and
Okay.
send it on.
Okay.
Very
Awesome.
good.
Thank you.
So I'd move for approval of the 24/7 sobriety program cooperative agreement between the Utah Department of Public Safety and Iron County.
I'd second that.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
The DPS agent will send out a DocuSign link to get the signature from the commission. So
Okay. 12, bid opening and possible approval of a bid to provide shipping container canopy shelters subsequent to a request for proposals.
Okay, and then Commissioner Blake, did you have a chance to catch that guy? Or Commissioner Cousins?
Say, I didn't know I was after a guy.
I looked at the quote, and he's quoted all the different sizes.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
we're covered.
Okay,
We're covered.
that was
It was the 40 by 40 we wanted, and
Yeah.
so he's quoted all of them, and he gave us. I contacted him when we first said we needed 4, and just said, "Hey, would you give us a quantity discount?" And I think he gave us $500 off
He did.
each one. That was before the official request for a proposal, and then he did an official request, but that's the only one we had, right, John?
Right, yes,
So
that was
I think
the only.
they're kind of unique. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's tons of
Yeah,
companies. That
There
make-
might be someone, but no one else local.
Okay.
What the gentleman told me, Rodney Holm was the owner of the company, but the guy he sent, he says, "Man, nobody else really does this," and so I imagine just nobody local did, and nobody else saw the bid. But this was the one bid we received, and here's
I think
the
I think
breakdown.
George has purchased enough of the high boy containers to do this. We just need to find this. We all need to get together and go down on a field trip at the road yard and see where we're going
Decide
to
where
Figure
we
out
need to
exactly
put it.
what and where. And
We talked about putting them just to the east of Ryan's and your fire shed there against the fence, but the city sent me Jonathan Stathis sent me a new concept where they want to do a big turn lane and sweep
and
that
we
corner.
told them that we would consider that because we wanted to trade them for the property underneath the senior citizen center that the
But it's-
city still owns.
But we need to have a meeting with them too about
Yeah,
that. That's another
yeah.
day. But it's going to be interesting how that all works. But anyway, so we need to go down there and figure out where we're going to put these.
Yeah.
Right.
and
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we
Okay.
can.
one of the questions that I had, and I asked them to break it out, was the assembly and welding, because I wasn't sure when I made the RFP whether we would just do that ourselves.
Oh.
So that's why I've kind of he's got those costs broken out,
Right.
because I wasn't sure whether we would want to just take that on or hire them to do it. But in either way,
We may
they're
want
they're part of
them
it's
to
part of their
do
bid.
that. Do you think?
Maybe.
Set them all up.
See how much.
Anyway. Okay. You ready for a motion?
Mhm. And what was the total on that? I can pull
Oh,
it
it's
up.
on the screen here. So for 4 of the 40 by 40s was 118,600, and that was the size we wanted. Is that correct?
yes.
118,600. Yes, 40 by 40.
Yeah, and that includes the assembly, the labor and equipment to erect it.
How much was just the supply?
They were 12,150, and then the half wall was 2,100. Yeah, each, and then
I don't have it up.
anyway, but it's on the screen over here.
You can just.
So is it 15? Is the labor and equipment? Is that the 15,000?
Yeah, each.
Right. So so that'd be 60,000, right? If we had 4.
The math. You mean to take out the labor?
Yeah. The labor cost would be 60,000, right?
Yeah, 15 times 4.
I just don't know whether we have that much labor. We're short on all of our.
Wade can do it.
Wade can do it. Okay.
Single-handedly.
Where's Wade?
I think he's a little up against it too.
I think Matt Wood needs another project.
Oh, jeez.
He might do it for that much money.
Had to take you down to 58.4 if you.
Can we approve? Let's just approve it based on the bid, and then we'll decide
And then we'll
what we want
decide.
to.
I think
We
that gives
can
you the most
always put-
flexibility.
Let's approve it, and then we'll decide what we want to.
Yeah,
If you can do that in
if
your
you
motion.
end up changing your mind, or if George has different size containers, or if you want.
Okay.
Yeah, but the bid was for 4 and the different sizes.
I would move for approval of the bid to provide shipping container canopy shelters subsequent to the request for proposal. 118,600, and that's with all of the labor and costs involved.
And we
then
reserve the right not
we
to
reserve the right not to
include the labor.
include the labor.
Right.
Yep.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, Jennifer.
I'll
You're
go
up.
super fast so you guys can get out of here. So I'll cover A through F on the agenda first and then go a little bit more in detail on G. In the assessor's office, Joseph Peterson has completed all requirements to receive a promotion from a full-time appraiser trainee to a full-time apprentice appraiser effective April 16th, 2023. In the attorney's office, David Hill has completed all requirements to receive a promotion from a full-time attorney 3 to a full-time deputy attorney 4 effective April 16th, 2023. In the Council on Aging Department, Mary Lou Rapp has been selected internally to be promoted from a part-time assistant cook to a part-time lead cook effective April 16th, 2023. Ron Morrow has been selected from the most recent competitive recruiting process to backfill the vacant part-time outreach coordinator position effective April 3rd, 2023. In the Sheriff's Office Corrections, Jared Ferguson was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting process to backfill the vacant full-time Deputy 1 position effective April 3rd, 2023. In the Sheriff's Office Patrol, David Farley was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting process to backfill the vacant part-time bailiff position effective April 17th, 2023. Ryan Turk has completed all requirements to receive a promotion from a full-time Deputy 2 to a full-time Deputy 3 effective April 2nd, 2023. And in the Tourism Park Department, Chance Moyes was selected from the most recent competitive recruiting process to backfill the vacant part-time parks custodian effective March 27th, 2023.
I'm going to move for approval of personnel items A through F as stated.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
All right. So House Bill 210, which was assigned by Governor Cox on March 23, 2023, covers justice court changes to be implemented on May 3rd, 2023. Some of the changes include clarifications making all Utah Justice Court judges part of the state judiciary, as well as amending the educational eligibility requirements for a justice court judge and amends the salary ranges for the justice court judge. So how it affects Iron County, for reference, the state of Utah originally dictated that justice court judges are to be paid between 50 and 90% of that of a justice court judge. Did I say that right? I hope so. Okay.
I think you.
I think I was backwards. Okay.
Switch
that. Yeah, you know what I mean. Okay. It also amends the educational eligibility.
Clarify. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So 50 to 90% of the district court judges?
Of a district court
Okay.
judge is what it used to be.
I was pretty sure that's what it was.
I should have just backtracked a little bit and
That's
started
okay.
over. Now it is going to be adjusted to 70 to 90% of that of a district court judge. I've reached out to 78 HR directors and managers within the state of Utah kind of to see where they're going to go on the directions because it kind of caught us a little bit offhand. And out of those that responded, only 3, with us included, are actually going to be adversely affected, but they're just going to have to deal with it because it is part of, this bill. So
It's the latest unfunded mandate.
Correct. So what that means, and I can talk logistics if you'd like, or if you want to just approve that we fall within that 70%, then we will adjust accordingly. However, it does change on their fiscal year. The state of Utah also includes a raise for that position, which will include how much we have to pay as well. So there'll be an adjustment as of the pay period that includes May 3rd, as well as another adjustment for the pay period that includes July 1st. So if you want just the figures that we're going to have to include, which I've also kind of broke down a little bit so we can kind of adjust for the budget. As of now, it will adjust for the May an additional $23,043.20, and then for the July it will be an additional $12,950. But that's per year, so that's not really prorated for the rest of this year, but that's per year, and that's just salary, not benefits.
I talked to our representatives about this. These are the fallout that we get from the legislation over the years, and sometimes they don't take in account for us rural counties because it really is a different pay schedule than that we you know, rather than the metropolitan areas. It's really, and they the sponsor of the bill has gotten it, I think, from several representatives for that very reason, because they need to look at that before, you know, like us, it's the middle of the year. Now we're going to have to fund that, and it's not in our budget, and it's a lot, and it's way more than, you know, not that I'm, you know, holding it against our great judge, but these kind of things that they do at the legislature sometimes are really hard on us counties.
Yeah, for sure.
Law of unintended consequences.
Yes, absolutely.
And I guess what's good for those smaller localities, most of them that responded said that they only have a part-time judge, so it doesn't apply to them.
Yeah,
so
it
we're
did
kind
not-
of in that weird selected
Which
few.
that was really weird that
Yeah.
but some of the cities and towns are also affected. So didn't you say Logan was one of them? That
I think
it
was
a problem.
Is it Case? Is there a Case City? K something.
Kaysville.
Kaysville, I
Yeah.
think, responded to me. They called me and actually was
Man,
taken
what
back.
the
They had
heck?
no idea it was coming, and so what do we do? And I said, well, I'll tell you what
So
I don't.
it's kind of hard too to go forward and
Mhm.
you give it to them, and then do you take it back? I mean, because they said, well, we could maybe look at it, you know, make a special session before. I haven't heard that they were planning on doing that. They probably was looking to see how many counties it affected
Mhm.
and cities and towns, but
Well, I'm hopeful that they'll provide some sort of funding to be attached, but you know, my hopes don't ever go anywhere usually. So
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
yeah, and I don't know that they
They
are
even thought
even
about
going to
that.
address that. I don't know, but
Yeah.
anyway, I will make a proposal to proposal for a proposal for G, as stated by Jennifer.
And that's just that's at 70%.
That's only at 70%.
70%.
I'll second.
It's moved and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jennifer. County boards, there's one thing, that planning commission, the other night, thank you, and Craig Lobb is gonna be going on a mission.
Oh.
And so he's gonna, I think, do one more meeting, but we're gonna need to get with Rita. He had a suggestion, you remember the name? Was it Christensen out in Newcastle?
Yes.
But anyway.
Jared Christensen.
But
Yeah.
I don't know, that's.
We haven't
I don't know
talked
if he's
to him.
even
We've
talked
got to
him.
talk to him.
You're not ready?
We should've.
Yeah, we're not
Anyway,
ready.
so we'll wait on that, but just so we know, that's in the works.
Okay.
So.
Craig is also on our Iron County Special Service District Number 3
Yeah.
board.
So
Okay.
he'll be gone too, so we'll have to replace him there too. Yeah.
Anyway, so that's any others that anybody can think of?
No, I think all of mine are. I think everything's full.
Full right now.
Okay.
What about that water board that's for the state
Uh,
that you sent those up?
I sent
and do we
some
need
names to him, and I don't know. He just I don't know what I asked. Was it Andy Rasmussen? I asked him about it, and they're just gonna, you know, I threw him
look
some names.
through them and then do we approve them
There's
when
a-
they
we don't-
come
we don't
back?
approve
We don't
them.
even approve them.
No, it's not our purview.
Okay.
So, but there's a West Desert, and then there's a Cedar or Iron and Beaver County boards, and
So can we adjourn?
yes,
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
so moved,
Woo.
so done.
It's a long one.
That was a long meeting.
We gonna go eat lunch?
I might need to get home. I don't know.
Yeah.